Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we're going to continue our reading and study of Gareth Knights' A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism. This is a very well-written, well-thought-out book that explains the symbology of the Tree of Life and what the different symbols represent, and how these different symbols give us a link to the inner energies and the inner mechanics that the universe operates upon. Last time we read the first section of this book, which gave us a background of the Kabbalah according to its historical backgrounds, which include many aspects of yoga. Today we're going to continue reading about the spheres of the Tree of Life itself, called the Sephirah. And in these next 4 chapters, we're going to cover the negative veils of existence, which are the top 3 lines that you typically see drawn across the Tree of Life. Next, we're going to reach Kether. Then we're going to study Chokmah, and then, of course, Binah. We're going to stop at Doth. We're going to get to Doth next time. But we're going to go through all 4. This really represents the Upper Triad of the Tree of Life, the Upper Triad plus the negative veils of existence. So stay tuned, take notes, and if you were here for the previous book study, The Ladder of Lights by William G. Gray, see if you can track the similarities and the differences between these 2 authors. Now, last time in The Ladder of Lights, William G. Gray took us from the bottom to the top, from Malkuth all the way up to Kether and the negative veils. This time, Gareth Knight is going to follow in the traditional method of working downward from the tree, starting at the highest level, and then gradually condensing into this tangible manifest existence. So get your notes and your pens and paper and your highlighters ready. Hopefully you have this book yourself, whether in PDF format or physical copy. And hopefully you can read along and take your own notes. That's going to be the best way to learn. If not, then actively listen. I highly suggest taking notes if this is something that you're interested in learning. And, of course, take screenshots. I'll try my best to make the page clear. I'll also try my best to provide useful background information from my own personal library of knowledge. So let's get started here. Will Trent, peace and greetings, my bro. Al Dickey, peace. Bakari Devante, greetings and welcome. All right, so let's get moving. I love this combination of blue and pink. I think that's so cool. It almost looks purple sometimes. Very galactic vibes, right? Very galactic. Intergalactic, if you ask me. All right. Let's get this thing rolling. If you're interested in this kind of information, if you're excited to learn about this kind of information, go ahead and hit the like button, as that does help me as far as letting the algorithm sort my content into the pile of things that are worth watching. All right, so like I said, in Ladder of Lights, William G. Gray took us from the top of the tree all the way down. He took us from the bottom all the way up, right? Starting with Malkuth, traveling all the way up to Kether and the 3 negative veils. This time we're going to go in the opposite direction, starting at the negative veils and going back up. So you're going to find here, we're going to cover chapters 5, 6, 7, and 8, which are going to be the negative veils, Kether, Chokmah, Binah. Diagrammatically, it's going to look like this here. So the three negative veils are that Ein Sof, R, and then the top three spheres there. This is called the supernal triangle, the upper triad, the supernal triangle, the causal triangle. This is where things begin. This is the seed level of existence. And as you can see, what we learned from Ladder of Lights is that the best way to envision this is that upper triad is at what would symbolically represent a 90-degree angle to the rest of the tree. So as you can see, the two triangles below are pointing downward to manifestation. The upper triad is pointing upward, and it's best to be thought of as two different angles, right? Perpendicular. And at that 90-degree line there is where we would actually find the abyss and the pathway known as Doth. Again, Doth is not a Sephiroth, but it is a pathway. It is a place that must be recognized, but it's not an official Sephiroth. So that's just useful information. So let's begin. Greetings, Hikate. Useless Familiar, greetings. Useless Familiar says, thanks for these, Travis. You're very welcome. And it's my pleasure as well, because, you know, I enjoy doing this. I enjoy doing this, and the fact that it helps other people, that just makes it even better, right? Even better. So we're going to begin right now. Part 2, the unmanifest and the veils of negative existence. All right, we're going to tackle 4 chapters. That starts on page 53. King Dada Dat, greetings. MC Maestro, peace and welcome. MC Maestro says, triple blackness, Ein Sof aura is nothing but melanin. Anytime they talk about blackness, that's melanin. Ashe to Bobby Hemmett. More than likely the one who introduced the majority of us to this information. The first place we probably heard about it, or at least had something to grasp in order to think about it. I know I certainly wouldn't know jack shit about the Tree of Life if it wasn't for Bobby Hemmett. Alright, so we're going to start with the triple blackness of space. Now, Bobby Hemmett would more than likely say that means melanin. Who am I to disagree? But yo, melanin, you got 72 motherfuckers in your hair. Check. Y'all alright? Sirius Su 888. Greetings. He says, peace, Travis. Just got done work. Ready to get this Know the Ledge. This book is fire. Isn't it, though? I just noticed a similarity between these two. We got this, Sri Yantra, and then we got this. All these potential realities within the seed of Kether. I thought they looked somewhat, they resonate with each other, I'll say. Yeah, let's begin. All right. We got a long ways to go, y'all. We got about 50 pages, but we did that last time. We're going to do it again. Maybe I'm helping to stretch your endurance so we can get back to reading full books in one settings. Court saying peace. Sly, peace. All right. Chapter 5, Part 2, Chapter 5, the unmanifest and the veils of negative existence. Before the manifestation of the first Sephiroth is the unmanifest, which, through the condensation of the cloud veils of negative existence, finally concretes Kether, the first manifest of the manifest universe. Greetings, Anna. Good to see you. You know what I'm going to do this time? I'm going to take notes. And this is how I'm going to take notes. Since I'm not going to highlight this book, and I don't have time to really stop and write, thankfully, Gareth Knights does what Dion Fortune did. You got the chapter, and then you got the verse number. Chapter 5, verse 1. Easy reference. So what I'm going to do is, if there's anything I need to take note of, I'm going to put chapter 5, 1, chapter 5, 8, chapter 5, whatever. That way, it'll give me an easy reference to go back and see what I needed to write down. Maybe that's something you can do as well. Just a suggestion. All right, so before the manifestation of the first Sephirah is the unmanifest, which through the condensation of the cloud veils of negative existence finally concretes Kether, the first manifest of the manifest universe. The unmanifest is that which is, before anything was, and to which all things will return. Right? Sounds a lot like Shiva, don't it? Hell, even sounds like Brahman. It is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the ending. It is not a thing that can be explained because it is beyond the reach of the rational mind. Keep that in mind. This is beyond the reach of your rational mind, and mine, and anyone's. It is a concept which defies the reason because it is above reason. It is perhaps to break people of the domination of reason that Zen Buddhism uses aphorisms like, imagine the sound of one hand clapping. I asked that to somebody and she got pissed. She thought it was just the stupidest question in the world. I never got that response before. But yeah, it's perhaps to break people of the domination of reason that Zen Buddhism uses aphorisms like, imagine the sound of one hand clapping. An attempt to imagine the unmanifest throws a similar spanner into the works of the mind. The first chapter of the Cosmic Doctrine, the cosmological treatise received from the inner planes through the mediumship of Dion Fortune, attempts to describe it as follows. The unmanifest is pure existence. We cannot say of it that is not. Although it is not manifest, it is. Keep that in mind. It's unmanifest, but it exists, right? Well, I should say it is. It's unmanifest, but it is. It is the source from which all arises. It is the only reality. It alone is substance. It alone is stable. All else is an appearance and a becoming of this unmanifest. We can only say it is. That's all we can say. It is the verb to be turned back upon itself. It is a state of pure being without qualities and without history. All we can say of it is that it is not anything that we know. For if we know anything, it must be in manifestation for us to know it. And if it is in manifestation, it is not unmanifest. That makes perfect logical sense, doesn't it? The unmanifest is the great negation. At the same time, it is the infinite potency which has not occurred. It is best conceived of under the image of interstellar space. It is well to note that the image of interstellar space is but a symbol to assist understanding. And really think about that. You know what I'm saying? When we think of interstellar space, there isn't much to think of other than this deep black void of what we think of as empty space. Greetings, Nuru. Speaking of Nuru, we think of this deep black void of empty space, and then the scientists tried to come along and tell us, oh, there's, what they tried to say, some kind of black, what do they call it? Black substance? What do they call that stuff? I don't remember. But anyways, that was a guess and a theory, and at this point, new information is starting to prove that that was incorrect. What do they call that stuff? Black energy, dark energy, dark matter, something like that? Antimatter. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Anna. Stray Panther, peace, peace. Root I am, peace and greetings. Yes, they tried to tell us about this dark matter or whatever, but even you know, a deeper research shows that that's not even a thing, you know. That's an attempt to explain the unexplainable. But anyways, when you think about space, like, it's very difficult for us to really grasp what's going on there. You know what I'm saying? But because the human mind is the way it is, rationalizes, and it hates open loops. We need things to have closure. Most people are very weak at going without closure, right? Some people have to have closure or it tears them up inside. So sometimes we'll take any old answer just because it is an answer. That's a human feature, right? That's part of being a human. But if we were to get past that humanity aspect of our mind, we have no choice but to sit with not knowing. So it would behoove us to learn how to be at peace with not understanding something, but at the same time trusting that if and when the time is right, we will find out about it. There's some wisdom for you if you are able to receive it. You don't have to know the answer right now. Chill. It'll come if and when it needs to. Let's continue. It is well to note that the image of interstellar space is but a symbol to assist understanding. The same source goes on to describe the process of first manifestation as space, beginning to move in a ring. Wow. I got phone calls in the last live stream and I don't know maybe it's the dark matter messing with my phone. All right, let's keep going. All right, so keep in mind this image here. This is what he's describing. We got one direction going this way, ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring pass not. All right, so let's see what he's saying here. And if this looks familiar, I read this when we were doing Ladder of Lights. This particular part. All right. So the same source goes on to describe the process of first manifestation as space beginning to move in a ring. That's this right here. If one can conceive of nothingness moving and the movement of this ring setting up movement at right angles to it so that another ring is formed outside the first. The interaction of the forces of the two rings then causes the inner ring to rotate on the axis formed where the two rings interconnect, thus causing a third spherical ring to be formed by the transverse rotation of the primary ring. In other words, this is moving this way, right? I mean, nothing is moving, but just for our imagination's sake, because we need a symbol to grasp the incomprehensible. That's what this whole book is about. This is about information, data, and light, essentially, that is difficult for the dense human mind to grasp in its totality. So in order to assist us with understanding these principles of light and negative light, we require a symbol so that the conscious mind can be like, okay, I get it. But the subconscious mind now has something to process the actual reality. So we've got a ring of nothing going this way. And it says the movement of this ring, it sets up a movement at right angles, right? So because this is stirring, geez Louise, it's very difficult to think of a metaphor for this. Metaphors usually help, but this is kind of difficult. But anyways, just imagine because of that stirring in this direction, it also causes a stirring in this direction. Now, because we got those two directions of stirring, and if you really look at it, this creates a spiral or a torus field, right? But anyways, because it's going like that, it causes a perimeter of movement. There's not actually a ring going this way, but because this is now rotating and this is rotating, it's making a sphere, right? So that's what he's describing here. Just imagine the rotation of this way and this way is causing a phantom rotation of this way. So it's a sphere, basically. 3 rings. Okay. The symbol thus described resembles a gyroscope. Yeah, the interaction of the forces of the two rings then causes the inner ring to rotate on the axis formed where the two rings interconnect, thus causing a third spherical ring to be formed by the transverse rotation of the primary ring. The symbol thus described resembles a gyroscope. The central ring spinning in 2 directions at once then concretes a center. Okay, so check that out. Because we got this movement, greetings Metanetta, greetings D West. Because we've got this movement in these 3 directions, now we're talking about the nothingness, right? This is an attempt to symbolically describe what's happening in these in negative existence, right? We've got a rotation, a spin going this way, and then one going this way at a right angle. So that's creating a sphere because this is moving sideways as well. So that causes this perimeter here. That's a sphere. So we got three different angles of pressure. Now what's happening is at the very center, there's a compression going on. There's a crystallization happening. All of this nothingness moving around, there's a collection happening at the center. All right. So let's go to the next part here. The first ring, from which is eventually created the whole cosmos, is called the ring cosmos. The second ring, which acts as a thrust block for the first ring's secondary movement, is called the ring chaos. And the third ring, described by the transverse spin of the first, is called the ring pass knot because it transcribes a sphere of limitation for all future development. The center then formed by the ring cosmos corresponds to Kether. So the center now, because we talked about that center, that crystallization, that compression in the middle of all that force moving in those three different directions, that causes a crystallization in the center. That's what we know as Kether. So that gives us a better illustration of what it looks like for Kether to spawn out of nothingness. There were, so to speak, invisible motions happening, imperceptible motions happening that condensed on a central point. And if you notice, within this picture on the cover of Deanna Fortune's Mystical Kabbalah, you see that you even see that spinning motion there. You see like two directions of spinning, and then the third, of course, on the outside. But all of that motion, because it's called first swirlings, that's one of the symbolic names of Kether, the first swirlings. So that swirling has compressed a single point, a seed, right? Every tree makes seeds. This is the seed that's produced from that negative existence. So let's keep going. Of course, this all sounds like, for some people, it might be difficult to understand. It sounds kind of, weird and vague. But again, it's very difficult to explain something that doesn't exist. It is, but it doesn't exist in the manifest dimension. So by nature, this is going to be difficult to describe. Don't worry about it, right? Don't get butthurt. Don't get confused. Let's keep it moving. Because like I said, the human mind, it needs an answer, right? But let's just go with me for now. Just bear with me for now. Nehru says dark matter was invented by quantum physicists because they omitted magnetism and non-visible plasma. All of the mass is easily accounted for in a plasma universe. Tesla knew this. Ether. Tesla knew it's ether. Einstein didn't. Lance Benefield, greetings. Matthew Watson, peace, bro. Travis Mages, and thank you for the help you provided for us. My pleasure. Thank you for being here. Stony Stardust Tarot, peace, bro, peace. Mo B, good evening. Good to see you always. All right, so let's keep going. Verse number 7. All right, so all that spinning, all that motion caused a compression, crystallization at the center. We know it as Kether. All right, it must be remembered that this is all a metaphor. All right, keep that in mind. It's a metaphor. These three rings can be equated with the veils of negative existence on the tree of life. The ring cosmos to Ein, the ring chaos to Ein Sof, and the ring pass knot to Ein Sof are. So usually what you'll see are these three lines, these three waves. But this is, imagine that it's not just three curved lines. This is the motion of spinning, right? This is the motion of spinning, going in different directions that creates a sphere. So one of these lines is a ring going this way. One of these lines is a ring going this way. But because they're spinning, it creates a full-on sphere. So this should actually be looked at as a whole invisible sphere spinning in every conceivable direction. And because that spinning is so intense, it's creating something at the center. That's where we get Kether from, right? So don't just see it as three little lines. It could probably be thought of more as three whole spheres, each creating the other. One spinning this way creates one spinning this way by default. Those two are going to spin around and create this third one by default, right? That's what creates Kether in the center. So really we've got motion that's spinning and spinning and compressing and compressing and compressing. And truly, within Kether is Chokmah. Within Chokmah is Binah. That's why you're going to see a lot of diagrams of the Tree of Life as a bunch of circles within circles within circles within circles. Because what we're talking about is nothing spinning and moving so intensely that it creates something, and that something creates something else, and then it continues until we get to Malkuth at the very center. It's almost like an egg with the yolk inside that's, it's more dense than the surrounding layers, right? Levon says kind of like electrons. Yes, that's probably where they got that image from. Sunshine Chick, I was waiting for you. Peace, peace. Yeah, so that's probably where they got that from, to be all honest. And if you also look, speaking of electrons or whatever, I don't remember what these are called. I think Nuru mentioned it before, but this is the same kind of thing that this is what they used to use to make different chemical mixtures or different chemical combinations and bonds and all that stuff. I don't remember what these are called, but the science is the same. This is how they came up with that stuff, right? Remember, this information has been here way longer than our current physics and science and chemistry and all that. But this is what they used to realize a lot of those things. So again, I'm just being kind of redundant here because I want these concepts to be clear, and I don't want any assumptions to be made. This is very difficult to explain because, like I said, it doesn't exist in the manifest dimension. But these symbols, these metaphors, help guide us in the right direction. They help guide our subconscious mind in the right direction, or I should say our imagination in the right direction. All right. Romper Womb says he was never begotten, but he is always coming into being. He is eternal. Exactly. MC Maestro says molecules. Yes. Sirius Suit AAA says chemical bonds. Yes. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Keep the energy spinning, right? So the three rings can be equated with the three veils: Ein, Ein Sof, Ara. That means your melanin. Verse 9. This concretion of a center, Kether, by Ein through the development of Ein Sof and Ein Sof Ar can be further illustrated by the traditional Kabbalistic diagram of the cloud veils of negative existence. Here. It will be seen that the correspondences from these two sources are exact. And notice what we have up here. It says the cloud veils of negative existence of Kether, right? Kether, we got Ein, A-I-N. We got Ein Sof, A-I-N, S-V-P. Then we got Ein Sof R, A-I-N, S-V-P, A-V-R, right? All compressing the center known as Kether. So when you see those three negative veils, think about three angles of motion. Three angles of motion of nothing, right? It's not something spinning. It's something that doesn't exist. How does something that doesn't exist move? Maybe we'll find out after we leave these bodies and these brains. Al Dickey says, you're explaining good, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Difficult task. Trying my best. Stuffed Dog. Greetings, bro. Greetings. Good to see you. MC Maestro says, the model of the atom was made during the French Enlightenment, a time when the occult was rampant. I believe it. I gotta find out what year that was so I can see how that correlates with the book I have kicked out of heaven. Nuru says, notice the nodes of the tree. They're fractally repeated throughout the universe from spinning light, DNA, condensing to protons, forms the center point of cells, which form organs, and also the tree of nodes. Alex says, Om Mani Padme Hum. Exactly. Useless Familiar says, I wonder why it's described as a cloud or condensation. Well, it definitely ain't physical, that's for sure. It definitely ain't dense, that's for sure. All right, let's keep going, though. In the original Hebrew, the names of the three veils are of 3, 6, and 9 letters, respectively. 3, 6, 9. That gets some people excited. So Ein, which was Aleph Yod Nun, that's 3. Ein Sof, which is Aleph Yod Nun Samek Vau Pe, that's 6. And then Ein Sof R, Aleph Yod Nun Samek Vau Pe, Aleph Vau Resh. This has reference to the 3 pillars, which are the 3 possibilities of the way in which force can manifest: active, passive, or equilibrated. Somebody in the chat tell me what that sounds like. First one to tell me, I'm going to give you an astral sticker of a star that you can put up on your astral wall. Matthew says this may be why black holes are this untouchable concept, because it physically can't be experienced with this dense technology, and the black hole itself is just a mass of spinning matter. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Universe says, and DNA observed physically down the center of the hydrogen bond at the center of the DNA looks exactly like this tree of life. My profile pic here is what you're looking at, down the center of DNA. Man, Nuru, I don't know if you had a chance to check the post that I made. If you look on the community tab of my channel, I made a post, and it's a link to a YouTube video. I'd be interested to know what you think of that video. It's a video that I posted that asks if you wanted to get a glimpse of higher realities. Check that out. Stuffed Dog says Rajas. Yes, exactly, the Gunas. Hell yeah. Serious Suit Triple A says Nikola Tesla said, understand the 369, you understand the universe. Wonder what he meant. So yeah, the 3 Gunas. All right, let's keep going. So this has reference to the living in the zone, the 3 goons. Yes, exactly, the 3 goons. This has reference to the 3 pillars, which are the 3 possibilities of the way in which force can manifest: active, which is Rajas; passive, which is Tamas; or equilibrated, which is Sattva. And remember, in the previous chapters, he literally went through all the different paths of yoga. So it's not a stretch. I'm not making it up. I'm not trying to connect dots that don't exist. The whole first part of this book, he continually referenced yoga. So we know that's where this stuff comes from, or at least this current explanation. So the 4 worlds of the Sephiroth only exist when they have been achieved, and when manifestation ultimately withdraws up the planes, they cease to exist, right? So those of you who have been in my book study, and we did taught with Shuddhi, and those in my class, we do taught with Shuddhi, that's exactly what we're doing. We're withdrawing the awareness, or we're withdrawing the awareness from the dense, gross aspect to the subtle, and we attempt to visualize the non-existent when we get up past Buddhi, Prakriti, and Shiva. So again, he says the 4 worlds of the Sephiroth only exist when they have been achieved, and when manifestation ultimately withdraws up the planes, they cease to exist. The pillars, as possibilities, exist whether there is manifestation or not. So get that right there. The pillars exist, right? The pillars are going to exist. And this really relates to the gunas, right? Because the gunas are the 3 ingredients of Prakriti. They're not exactly a substance, they're not exactly a thing, but they represent the 3 potentialities that Prakriti can manifest through. They're not actually a thing, because in the unmanifest dimension, according to Samkhya, in the unmanifest dimension, Prakriti is the 3 gunas in harmony, in balance. But in the manifest dimension, now the gunas are out of balance, and we go through this endless cycle of trying to sort itself out, right? And that's where we have this lightning flash going up and down, up and down. This is in the unmanifest. But what he said is the 4 worlds, and we can look at the 4 worlds as 4 circles around each of these spheres. When the 4 worlds recede back into their origin, right? When Malkuth goes dissolves into itself, into Yesod, and Yesod dissolves into itself into Hod, all the way up to 3. When this whole thing is done and goes away, the pillars remain, because now we've entered another dimension, a dimension of the unmanifest, a dimension where these 3 pillars are in complete harmony and there's no activity. It just is the potential blueprint. If you guys, if you guys have been reading this, these books that I'm recommending, this should make sense. This should make sense. So just keep that concept in mind also. These three pillars, they exist independently of the spheres, but the spheres don't exist independently of the pillars. Might sound like crazy rambling to some, but some of y'all know what I'm talking about. I know. Excellent connection. Lance Benefield says, this reminds me of the three different purposes of mantras. Right. Take into consideration all these threes, all the fours, all the fives, and all the tens, etc., because these numbers point to relationships. Remember what I keep saying. This is all about relationships, not the things itself, but the relationship between the things, right? All right, let's keep going. Because even this is broken into threes, right? Tamas, Raja, Sattva. The pillars as possibilities exist whether there is manifestation or not. He says possibilities, right? A possibility isn't even manifested yet. That's the unmanifest dimension. And just one more time for context, in this book, Samkhya Darshan, which really is more than likely the philosophy that Kabbalah drew from heavily, if not totally, at least heavily. We're going to get to this book in a couple months. But in chapter 6, he talks about this right here. Again with the threes, y'all. There are 25 stages in evolution, which are classified into three categories, which are as follows. Consciousness, which is beyond the manifest and unmanifest. That will be Ein, Ein Sof, Ein Sofar. Then we got the unmanifest, which will probably be the three pillars. And then we got the manifest dimension, which represents where we are and what's going on now. Now, yeah. We'll get to more of this later. But I'm just showing these connections for posterity because maybe you'll come back to this video and be like, oh shit, I get it. And maybe you can tell me something that I might have missed. So I'm outside of the club and you think I'm a punk. Verse 11. Thus, the glyph of the pillars should not be thought of as part of the glyph of the tree of life. They are separate entities. The Sephiroth are established mode of existence. The Sephiroth are established modes of existence. The paths between them are established experiences in consciousness. But the pillars are possibilities of manifestation and have their root in the unmanifest. Boom. There it is right there. Now, I mentioned about taking notes. That's what I'm going to do right now. I need to come back to chapter 5, verses 10 and 11. Definitely need to meditate on that. Okay, yeah, so the pillars are part of the unmanifest. That's what I just said. So that's pretty damn cool. They're possibilities of manifestation and they have their root in the unmanifest. What else did he say? Also, look into what he said here also. Dion Fortune told us that the Sephiroth are objective and the paths are subjective. That's another way of saying what he said right here. The Sephiroth are established modes of existence, objective. He says the paths between them are established experiences in consciousness. That's subjective. Keep that in mind. If you're going to take a note that says Sephiroth, objective. Paths, subjective. Pillars, potential, possibilities, unmanifest. Verse 12. In pursuit of further metaphors for the concepts implied by the veils of negative existence, it may prove helpful to turn to the early verses of the Old Testament. It has been said that the Bible can be fully explained only in the light of the Kabbalah, the latter being a mystical interpretation of it, as the Talmud is a learned commentary upon it. Whether this is true or not would need very advanced understanding to judge, but in our elementary studies, the Bible, wow, he's calling this an elementary study. Imagine how much further this goes, y'all. Yeah. Naturally natured, peace. So, yeah, whether this is true or not, we would need very advanced understanding to judge. But in our elementary studies, the Bible, which we do know fairly well, may throw some light upon the Kabbalah, which we do not. Verses 2 to 5 of the first chapter of Genesis read as follows. And the earth was without form, void, and darkness was upon the face of the earth. Or the face of the deep, I should say. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and he called the darkness the night. Unless one is a confirmed fundamentalist, it will be obvious that earth, waters, and light are not meant to be understood in their everyday sense. As a suggestion, the dark void can be equated with Ein, nothingness, the Spirit of God moving upon the face of the waters with Ein Sof, the limitless, and the light, right, because he divided the light between light and the darkness, the light with Ein Sof R, the limitless light. So, again here, earth, waters, and light. So what he's suggesting here is that the dark void could be equated with Ein. That's the first spin. That's the dark void, the nothingness. Then he says the Spirit of God moving upon the face of the water. That's the second sphere, the second rotation. That's Ein Sof. So we got the nothingness, we got the Spirit of God moving in the nothingness, and that creates that third spin, which is the light, Ein Sof R. It's called the limitless light. Making a little bit more sense now. Just a little bit more, not too much. Alicia, peace. Here it is interesting to recall the Eastern teaching which conceives of days and nights of manifestation. We're about to connect it. After a day of manifestation, the whole cosmos is withdrawn back to its source, where it rests in a night of pralaya. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. In almost all religious creation myths, creation first occurs as the manifestation of light. But the veils of negative existence refer to the pre-dawn period before darkness has fully given birth to light. And in this shadowy area, there are many symbols which attempt to give some understanding of the primordial darkness before anything was. That's your melanin. Also, if you look at the Necronomicon, there's a whole story about this process with the serpent of Tiamat, right? Oh, yeah, that's good. D. West says, sounds like a water cycle that leads to clouds and condensation. Right. Thank you, Stray Panther. Stray Panther says, if you are benefiting from this information, then show some love, like, share, and subscribe. All of them, however, are variations upon the circle or sphere, from the serpent with its tail in its mouth to the rotundum of the alchemists. It is the circular figure, the endless line, which best gives the idea of something which is self-contained without beginning or ending, with no before or after. All right, we're talking about something with no before and no after. That alone is mind-boggling for the rational mind. That is timeless, right? We're going somewhere that is timeless, with no above, no below, without space. Space and time, beginning and ending, come only with the coming of light or consciousness, and this is not yet present. It is also as shown in the symbol of the cosmic egg. Okay, the reason I said, we're about to get into it, because I thought he was going to talk about how the calculation of Vedic time cycles. They talk about a day of Brahman. He has a waking period and a sleeping period. In the waking period, the universe is the inhale and the exhale, basically. Right? The exhale is when the universe is created. The inhale is when it gets all sucked back into nothing, and that process repeats. And the Vedic system of time calculation, they have it calculated from that beginning point all the way to now. And that's where we get the science of the yugas, right? I thought he was going to mention that, but apparently he didn't. All good. Nuru says, think of Ein as a battery, the charge which sits in the dark void, still. Then the circuit opens, motion. Charge flows along the wire. This is Ein Sof. When light illuminates the bulb, this is Ein Sof R. Yeah, that's good. That's real good. D. West says, now has no before and no after. Yeah. Matthew Watson says, so Travis, are we gaining more consciousness of the tree in order to become our own Kether and create our own universe, multiverses, like how you explained the process of a tree's life cycle? I don't know, man. It's very possible, but I'm hesitant to fully go with that because it's already done. Like there's nothing that process is already in motion. Like we don't have to do that. You get what I'm saying? Like we're not this body. The body is a part of that whole process anyway. And also the mind is a part of that process. So what we're reaching towards as we expand, as we become aware of the more subtle levels of consciousness, from what I am seeing so far, it appears that we begin to remove our, or I should say expand our awareness past just being a part of this machine. We become aware of our existence outside of the machine. We become aware of our existence outside of Prakriti, outside of the matrix, so to speak. Now that's not another place though. That's not another place. All places and times and all that good stuff is within the matrix, within Prakriti. We become aware of an experience that is literally indescribable because it exists outside of all the parameters that we have ever been familiar with. So I don't think it's about creating another tree and another seed. Maybe, right? But I'm starting to think that we're reaching towards this ultimate stillness. We become aware of the ultimate stillness. There's nothing left to do at that point. But, I'm still studying, so we'll see. Nuru says Brahman, Shiva is Ein. Light moving is Ein Sof. That light imploding and condensing into matter, biology, psychophysical you, this is Ein Sof R. Man, look. Stuff Talk says, I already asked that, LOL. Outside of Prakriti, unimaginable, fam. Right. Evo7 says, I heard the universe is only as old as consciousness. Consciousness would be older than the universe because the universe came out of consciousness. But the universe, consciousness has no age. It's no beginning, no end. It is difficult to think about. We don't have the answer for that because it doesn't exist in this dimension. Yeah. Let's keep going. It is the circular figure. I already read that. 18, verse 18. It is also, as shown in the symbol of the cosmic egg, the germ from which all creation arises. It is also a state in which the opposites are united, as is shown in the Chinese Tai Chi Tu sign, which is on the next page. It is the perfect beginning because the opposites have not yet flown apart, and the perfect ending because the opposites have come together again. It is at the same time the primal germ and the final synthesis of all creation. The first stanza of The Secret Book of Daisen, given in Hillard's abridgment of H.P. Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine, gives another description of this condition. I don't think I have that version. I might, but I also might not. I don't feel like to check. The eternal parent, wrapped in her ever invisible robes, had slumbered once again for 7 eternities. Time was not, for it lay asleep in the infinite bosom of duration. Universal mind was not, for there was no intelligent beings to contain it. The causes of existence were no more. The visible that was, and the invisible that is, rested in eternal non-being, the one being, alone. The one form of existence stretched boundless, infinite, causeless, in dreamless sleep, and life pulsated unconscious in universal space. Throughout that all presence, which is sensed by the opened eye of the seer. But where was the seer when the oversoul of the universe was absorbed in the absolute, and the great wheel was parentless? Here we have implicit in the description of the unmanifest the idea that there is a great cyclic law by which manifestation occurs and then is withdrawn into the unmanifest to come forth into manifestation again at some later time. Although, of course, at these levels, there is no such thing as time as we understand it. Stanza 3 of this sacred book describes the first coming into manifestation, that is, in Kabbalistic terms, the formation of the first emanation, Kether. So here we're talking about Kether. The last vibration of the seventh eternity thrills through infinitude. The mother swells, expanding from within without, like the bud of the lotus. The vibration sweeps along, touching with its swift wing the whole universe, and the germ that dwelleth in the darkness that breathes over the slumbering waters of life. Darkness radiates light, and light drops one solitary ray into the mother deep. The ray shoots through the virgin egg. The ray causes the eternal egg to thrill and drop the non-eternal germ, which condenses into the world egg. This sounds a lot like some Prakriti stuff here. Stony Stardust Tarot says, didn't Tesla study the Kabbalah as well? I'm not sure. I don't recall seeing anything like that. He may have, though. MC Maestro says, Tot was shooty, eggs blackly. This should all be sounding familiar to you guys if you've been on my channel for the past 6 months, 9 months, right? Man. Okay. This passage calls to mind the section of Genesis previously quoted, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. And we have already equated this with the three veils of negative existence and the three primary rings of the cosmic doctrine. So, right, he's been referencing 2 books here, The Cosmic Doctrine by Dion Fortune and the, The Secret Doctrine by H.P. Blavatsky. Or The Secret Book of Daizan. Within the Secret Doctrine, yeah. So the Cosmic Doctrine and the Secret Doctrine. I wonder if they had beef. I know they were from 2 different schools, but it's good that he considered both of them. I got those 2 books also, but I'm working my way up to be ready to read those. Because, man, that Secret Doctrine, hell no. Eventually, though. I tried reading it years ago in like 2014, and I didn't understand a single word. I was forcing myself to read that thing. I didn't understand a word. That was kind of funny. But I can go back now. I'm sure it would be different. All right, let's keep going. The stanza continues. Then the 3 fall into the 4. The 3 refers to the veils of negative existence, in which are held the 3 possibilities of force in action: positive, negative, or equilibrated. Right? Those are the 3 gunas, which is symbolized in the glyph of the pillars. The 4 refers to Kether, which, as we shall see in the next chapter, is of a 4-fold nature. As Kether is the crown of creation, this 4-fold nature is relevant to all levels of manifestation and is what the ancients called the 4 elements. Their idea that all substance was composed of varying mixtures of earth, air, fire, and water was a philosophical concept, the elements being modes of being. They, of course, tried to apply these ideas to primitive chemical science, and much error resulted. But it is even more erroneous for moderns to think them more mistaken than they were, and that the elements as they considered them were only the 4 physical ones. The stanzas of Zion are well worth correlating as far as possible with the aspects of the Tree of Life. They're said to be the original work from which the religious books of all nations are compiled, including the Book of Concealed Mysteries, which is one of the main Kabbalistic texts. This need not be taken too literally, as it is unlikely that the copying was done physically, which is probably meant what is probably meant is that the inner source of divine writings is the same, and that the stanzas of Zion are the oldest and purest transcriptions of ideas from this source. Interesting, right? The inner source of these divine writings is the same. In other words, we're dealing with people who understood that nothing originates on this external physical plane. It originates in the deeper subtle planes. So we have people who are able to purify themselves, go within and tap into these subtle planes, tap into these essences, and produce an expression of that essence, to pull out and produce an expression of an essence. So yeah, multiple people can write on a specific topic or act on a specific topic, tapping into that essence. But depending on the clarity and the purity of the transcriber is going to result the clarity or the purity of the message itself. It's not like somebody sitting around with an idea, oh, let me write a spiritual book. That's not how it works. We have people who are tapping into something that exists just outside of the dimensions of the physical time and space. By comparing sacred texts and symbol systems, much enlightenment can be gained. The language of most of them is so obscure and symbolic that it is often difficult to tell the difference between what is profound symbolism beyond one's present understanding and what is just corruption in the text through faulty copying or translation. But if apparent differences were approached in a creative way, seeking to find resemblances and an overall synthesis, much will be attained. So I'll read that again. But if apparent differences are approached in a creative way, seeking to find resemblances and an overall synthesis, much will be attained. Looking at the relationships, looking to see how things connect, right? Looking to see the connecting dots instead of strictly looking for how things are different, right? You'll gain so much more when you do that. That's what I love about all these different books and cross-referencing this, that, and the third. Because if you're looking for connections, you'll start to find the connections. But then there's some people who like to find the differences, right? And that's how they do it. But I'm seeing some progress here. MC Maestro says, I think the language used was the secret, since it barred many from understanding the doctrine. Verse 25. Many scripts, for example, set out to symbolize different things, and from different viewpoints, and thus there are bound to be differences of detail, right? Also, it is well to make one's own interpretation of symbolism through meditation, and not to accept other people's ideas. Not only are there differences in people's psychology, causing them to see things in a different light, but also much symbolism has reference to many different levels. And as one opens consciousness to different levels of being, then the understanding of particular symbolism may well change or expand also, right? So a lot of times when you're looking at this stuff, like I said, it depends on your level of purification, your level of education, your level of enlightenment. That's what is going to determine how deep your understanding goes. And that's why I'm always hesitant to just believe that I got it figured out. Because the more that I practice, the more that I do my own personal work, the wider my understanding expands. So I never sit on something like, yeah, I get it, I understand it, I know it all. Never going to do that, because next week, next month, next year, my understanding is expanding constantly. So when I look back at the same symbols, I'm going to see different levels, different depths, right? What I see in this unicorn is not what I saw 3, 4, 5 years ago, right? What I saw in the Kabbalah was definitely not what I saw in 2015 when I first bought that book. And that's how it's supposed to work. That's why it's supposed to work. Because we live in time, we are eternally becoming. But eventually we'll get to that point where, hopefully, where we reach that aspect of ourself that is not becoming, it is. I think that's what the real key there is. Reaching the point where we are. instead of becoming something. Because if we're becoming something, we're still within time and space. And what I'm looking for is beyond that. So when we talk about never coming back again and not reincarnating, etc., well, you're gonna have to understand that if that's what you're seeking, you're literally going to have to release everything, which even means visions of some little heavenly paradise or visions of ultimate pleasure, and all that has to go. All of it has to go. There will be nothing to experience. Now, the logic mind cannot fathom what that's like. You can't say that that's good or bad because you don't know. Court Singh says, hell yeah, constantly expanding. I couldn't grasp a fraction of this stuff last year, right? Imagine where you're going to be in a year from now. Can you imagine? So I'm outside of the club and you think I'm a punk. So I go to my loaded Chevy and open the trunk. I told it. I ain't never scared. I ain't never scared. East side never scared. West side never scared. South side never scared. Attention! Who remembers that song? That thing was so funny. I watched like a bunch of old videos the other night. That man was smiling through the whole video. He was giant, stomping through the city. Man, that was funny. They don't make music videos like they used to, man. Let's keep going. Oh, and even the edited versions of these songs. Nobody did it better than No Limit and Master P. He always used like these cartoon sound effects instead of people cussing. All right, let's keep going. We were talking about these symbols, and I'll just read it over. Many scripts, for example, set out to symbolize different things, and from different viewpoints, and thus there are bound to be differences of detail. Also, it is well to make one's own interpretation of symbolism through meditation, and not to accept other people's ideas. Not only are there differences in people's psychology, causing them to see things in a different light, but also much symbolism has reference to many different levels. And as one opens consciousness to different levels of being, then the understanding of particular symbolisms may well change or expand also. Always, the only valid meaning to a symbol is the meaning that one has wrested from it oneself. That's why it's so important to work with these symbols and get a personal connection, a personal understanding of what it represents. Personal, not secondhand. Matter of fact, a secondhand meaning is of as little value as no meaning, and possibly a considerable positive hindrance. For that reason alone is why we continually say do the work. Not just because it's a pretty cool catchphrase, right? Not just that, but because you're only listening to me talk. Until you get your own experience with it, they're just meaningless words to you. And a lot of people have a head full of logical points, right, that you can talk about and argue about, and triple blackness and the three veils, and that means melanin. Like, we can say it, but if you don't have an actual experience with it, you don't know what you're saying. You're just repeating words. You got to understand there's a difference between just repeating words and having an experience with something. Like, all the stuff that I talk about, I'm not repeating stuff that I read. I'm clarifying the text with experiences that I've had, and I know because I connected with these things, right? If you really want to live this, look what he said right here. He says, also, it is well to make one's own interpretation of symbolism through what? Through meditation, right? Not just sitting and you think about it for 5 minutes. Oh, I got it. Oh, I understand it all. No. He says it is well to make one's own interpretation of symbolism through meditation and not to accept other people's ideas. That's not to say that other people's ideas are bad. You want to ignore people and, oh, well, I don't take anyone's ideas. Don't be ridiculous. Ideas help, but you're not going to know it until you meditate on it, until you connect with it, right? You're just going to be repeating what other people said until you connect with it. And you can always tell, right? As soon as we say a keyword or a buzzword, like what is it? I don't know. Like I'll say something like melanin or karma, and here come the people repeating just what Brother Panic said. Karma don't exist unless I say it exists, right? And melanin means this, and you hear them just repeating exactly what the YouTuber said, right? And they're not able to explain it in any other way because they didn't sit down and have an experience with it, right? So yes, everyone starts there. We start with just repeating other people's ideas, but let's get past that and have an experience with these concepts. So no one can take away what you know. I can take away the words, right? We can change the buzzwords and the phrases, but the key here is to know this information, not just memorize words. All right, had to say it. Always have to say it. Got to say it. Attention! All right, let's continue. Number 26. As certain races have more aptitude for metaphysical speculation than others, it will be found that some mythologies have comparatively naive creation myths. Certain races have more aptitude for metaphysical speculation than others. What would Bobby say right there? But on the other hand, many that sound naive are really highly abstruse when the key to the symbolism is found, right? Once you find the key, some of those fairy tales and nursery rhymes are actually pretty deep. Also, the important point, as mentioned above, is what a particular god or goddess meant to the student, not necessarily what it is supposed to have meant to the original worshippers. That's key right there. That's key right there. Serious Soup 888 says 26 was a bar, lol. Melanin, right? Attention! Oozing out of your cerebellum. Oozing out of your cerebellum. What was it? Yeah. Write down verse number 25 also. That's gotta have to go back over verse 25 also. All right. So let me read that part again because that's important. Also, the important point, as mentioned above, is what a particular god or goddess meant to the student, not necessarily what it is supposed to have meant to the original worshippers. The latter will have varied from place to place and time to time, and it is present time that is important to the esoteric student, not the past or even the future. 27. A close correspondence with the conception of the unmanifest is to be found in the Greek Hesiod, who wrote his theogony in the 8th century BC. It is the oldest known Greek attempt at a mythological classification. 28. In the beginning, he writes, there was chaos, vast and dark. This term chaos comes from a root meaning to gape, and thus designates open space. Later, confusion has arisen because of a false derivation from a word meaning to pour, so that the word came to mean a confused and unorganized mass of elements scattered through space. How many people have that definition for chaos? Right? How many of us think of chaos and we think of, an unorganized mass of elements scattered through space? That's what we've been taught about chaos. But check this out, and I urge you to do your own research to verify what this author says. Look up the Greek word chaos, right? Especially in theogony from Hesiod, right? This is what I would do. I would Google theogony by Hesiod, right? And I would Google in the beginning, and I'd find where he wrote, in the beginning there was chaos, vast and dark. Then I would look at the Greek original. Then I would look at the word for chaos and see what it translates to. That's how you do research and really find out what this stuff means. Because if I didn't do that, then I would just be taking his idea, right? Taking his word for it. But go look up Hesiod, go look up theogony, Control F, search for in the beginning there was chaos, find that, vast and dark. Look at the Greek for chaos, and what does that come out to? According to this author, we can't do it now because we're reading. He says, this term chaos comes from the root. Matter of fact, if somebody does have the time to do it or a desktop, maybe you could do that. But if not, whatever, it's cool. This term chaos comes from a root meaning to gape, and thus it designates open space, right? But he said confusion came about of a false derivation of a word meaning to pour. So nowadays everybody thinks chaos means an unorganized mass of elements scattered through space, but actually chaos means a gaping open space, kind of like the infinite void, right, of interstellar space. Let's continue. The original and true meaning is a pure cosmic principle devoid of godlike forms, or any forms for that matter, literally nothing. From chaos, continues Hesiod, there first appeared Gaia, the deep-breasted earth. Deep-breasted. Gaia thus came to be an earth goddess, which would place her Kabbalistic attribution in Malkuth. But further examination of her characteristics suggests that the earth meant here is the solid basis of prime manifestation, not the solid basis of the growth of life on this planet. There is a symbolic analog between earth and cosmic space, as is shown in the ancient worship of stones, by no means a mere totemistic religion. A point up here also, when they're talking, this has been said a lot lately, and I'm hearing this. Earth is both the name of the planet and the material dimension, right? So keep that in mind as you're looking at some of these older texts. Deep-breasted. And another place that rings true is that when you look at this tree of life, Binah and Malkuth share the same titles, right? They both share the same titles. So there's a relationship here. One is the dark and sterile mother. One is the bright and fertile mother. They're both probably deep-breasted. Nuru says priests of ancient Kemet had to study and meditate and climb the trees of science, wisdom, and manifest understanding for a minimum of 40 years before they were allowed to teach. What can we learn? Jeez Louise. "30. Apart from Gaia, there also appeared Eros, not the later minor god of human love, but a grander cosmological conception. There is a parallel between them, though, if one considers that there is divine as well as profane love, divine union as well as sexual union, and union with God is the spiritual experience of Kether, yoga. One could conceive of a mighty Eros rising and loosing a great arrow, which, winging through space, creates the planes while descending them like the lightning flash upon the tree. Thus, Gaia and Eros could both be considered as Kether figures, bringing attention to the bipolarity of God. In support of this attribution, there is the fact that Gaia gives birth to Uranus, the starry sky, and Pontus, the sterile sea, which tie in well as correspondences of Chokmah and Binah. Chaos also brought forth Erebus and Night, who in turn mated and gave birth to Ether and Hemera, the day. This also corresponds with the first manifestation of light as described in the text already examined. He's connecting the Greek Hesiod with Genesis in the Bible. In the Egyptian pantheons, the Heliopolitan system describes the god Nu as primordial ocean, in which the germ of creation all lay. Nu as the primordial ocean in which the germ of all creation lay. Right? He was called the father of the gods, but had no temples built for him and was a purely intellectual concept, though sometimes shown as a figure waist deep in the water, holding up the gods he had created. It was taught that inside Nu, before the creation, there lived a formless spirit called Atum, who bore within him the totality of all existence. When he finally manifested from Nu as a separate entity, he gave birth to all gods, men, and living things, and was then known as Ra or Atum-Ra, obviously in this myth a Kether figure. Hathor, in that she was described by some texts as a great celestial cow who created the world and everything in it, including the sun, can also be aligned with the unmanifest. There is apt to be a certain overlapping of concepts, particularly with Mother Goddess, because what is considered as the mother of forms and a Binah figure can also on a higher level be considered the mother of all, and thus a form-giving aspect of the unmanifest. In Kabbalistic terms, the Ein Sof. I'm seeing a connection here between Ein Sof, Binah, and Malkuth. Interesting. MC Maestro says, Atum Heres, right? Interessante. One must accustom oneself to these transpositions, for though they may appear confusing at first, they give many useful clues to the relationships between aspects of the manifest universe. Moreover, whilst the Sephiroth are simple mono-ideas, the god forms, being made by humans, are inevitably complex and so fit several simplicities. Another example of this transposition formula, which is found most frequently in the Egyptian pantheons, is the scarab or beetle, Kephara. You know what? I know people on social media with all these damn names. We got Hathor, we got Atum, we got Nuru in the chat, but I'm sure your Nu is different from that Nu. I know a Kephara. I know a Gaia. I've seen Ra plenty of times. So symbolically, I wonder what that represents, huh? He was said to emerge from his own substance. Sounds like the spider entity. He was said to emerge from his own substance and was therefore a symbol both of the sun and also of life, which is continually reborn of itself. But bearing in mind the cyclic rhythm of days and nights of manifestation, it could equally be applied to the unmanifest. A non-Egyptian analog of this would be the phoenix rising from its own ashes. There's that phoenix reference again. Ashe to the order of the phoenix. This is primarily a symbol of religious regeneration, but all life has its analogs on higher and lower levels, in accordance with the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below. Remember, in the mantra book, he talked about there's two aspects of every vibration, the transcendental aspect and the gross mundane aspect. Remember that. Nuru says, what we call dark is exactly like the charged battery example, Ein, full charge, dark, an ocean at rest. Our interplanetary space is thus Atum, Brahman, dark, still, full charge. Brahman, Atum, everywhere. Jeez Louise. (36) So in attempting to get behind the symbolism to the reality of a myth, the terms used must not be taken at their face value only. We have already seen that earth can also mean the prime basic substance of manifestation. It is not uncommon for moderns to think it rather quaint that the ancients should have believed in a cosmology in which the sun and stars were created after the earth. It is true that before Copernicus, the majority of mankind believed this. Some still do. But many myths are parables invented by the priesthood and the initiatory schools to embody teachings of cosmic principles and are not meant to be taken at their face value any more than the Christian parables. The parable of the sower has not been invalidated by modern advances in agricultural techniques any more than ancient cosmogony is invalidated by astronomy or alchemy by modern chemistry. The terms of reference are different. Nehru says ancient Kemet had a profound fundamental statement of truth. All is Atum. Atum. 37. Similarly, with some myths where the sun is referred to or the moon, they may have reference to psychological states or to anything radiant, positive, and life giving, and anything reflective, negative, and magnetic, respectively. One has to learn to think in analogy, as the ancients did. It is true that thinking by analogy is viewed with great suspicion by logic. But in these matters of shifting symbols and variable psychological equations, logic is often more hindrance than help. The sun that appears in some symbols, even if it should apply to a stellar body, may have reference to other stars than our sun. This is particularly to be watched in connection with winged Egyptian figures. Wings appear seldom among the Egyptian gods, for it was a concept beyond the exoteric religion of the period. But where they do, it signifies the cosmic principle of a particular force. Thus, the solar disk worn on the headdress of Isis or Hathor, particularly the winged Isis, refers to Sothis, now more commonly known as Sirius, the dog star, which was a star particularly sacred to Isis. Bobby Hemmett vibes. Esoteric students of some experience will see the implications of this. For Sothis, along with the Great Bear and Pleiades, is a source of power behind the 12 zodiacal constellations, which in turn radiate influences to our solar system via the mediation of the solar logos, our God. Through the through the mediation of the solar logos, our God. In the esoteric psychology of man, the veils of negative existence correspond to that part of his being where forces from outside the solar logoidal jurisdiction can contact him. Usually from universes where previous evolutionary experience has been undergone. Let me go back and read that again, because that's important. In the esoteric psychology of man, the veils of negative existence correspond to that part of his being where forces from outside the solar logoidal jurisdiction can contact him. By the way, nothing new under the sun, right? When he's talking about that solar logoidal jurisdiction, he's talking about everything underneath Tifereth, everything under the sun, right? Most people do not expand past this point, let alone this point. But what we're talking about here, these three veils of negative existence, we're talking about into contact with something that is so primordial, something that is so alien and foreign. Let's keep going. In the esoteric psychology of man, the veils of negative existence correspond to that part of his being where forces from outside the solar logoidal jurisdiction can contact him. All right? It's not about you contacting them. They call you, right? Usually from universes where previous evolutionary experience has been undergone. Such a contact, if very strong, coming from such a foreign source, might cause strange aberrations within that soul. Sometimes a black adept starts his career thus, though not all such contacts are out of line with the plan of this solar logoidal system and may be desirous of serving it. To help to gain a conscious conception of negative existence, speculative meditation is recommended on the texts and diagrams given and on any of the early creation myths with which the student may be familiar. It may also help to work on the following seed ideas and images. Bij mantras, right? Or in this case, yantras. So there's four things that we can meditate on to get an idea of understanding what this is all about. A vacuum of pressure, right? So visualize, experience in your inner senses a vacuum of pressure. visualize a limitless ocean of negative light. A limitless ocean of negative light. Nothingness crystallizing a center, right? Nothingness crystallizing a center. That might be easier. An invisible web upon which shining dew forms. You know, like in the morning when you go outside and you see a spider web and little bitty droplets of water, of dew appearing. So a vacuum of pressure, a limitless ocean of negative light, nothingness crystallizing a center, an invisible web upon which shining dew forms. Those are 4 points to consider when trying to grasp the negative veils of existence. All right. All right. Man. Serious Suit says, that why I said, is there something new above Tifreth becoming a beacon for a new logos? Nuru says, yes, yes, Trav. Negative light means charge. Still, like what is stored in the battery. Okay, Kether the Crown, chapter 6. Anna says, I love this. I love this too. Anna says, I'm getting stoked. I've been stoked, you heard? I'm so stoked that my music stopped. So let me go change that real quick, like. So I'm outside of the club. And you think I'm a... Kether the Crown, chapter 6. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Tim McGraw, thanks, Sunshine Chick. Now I know. Stony Stardust Stardust Tarot says, wisdom is applicating one's knowledge. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Serious Suit 888. Yes, please hit that like button. Again, it helps YouTube sort my content into the useful category. Well, let's keep it pushing now. Chapter 6, Kether, the Crown. The first path is called the admirable or hidden intelligence because it is the light giving the power of comprehension of the first principle, which hath no beginning. And it is the primal glory because no created being can attain to its essence. Let me say that last line again. It is the primal glory because no created being can attain to its essence. So we'll find this right here in, or at least a version of this in Mystical Kabbalah. And remember, chapter 4, he pretty much broke down what he was doing for every Sephiroth, including Doth, right? And every Sephiroth, he's going to talk about the magical image, the god name, etc., etc. So let's do it like this. Kether. Magical image of Kether is an ancient bearded king in profile, right? You can see the side of his face, like this. An ancient bearded king in profile. God name, Eheye. The archangel would be Metatron. The order of angels, the Cheoth HaKadesh, the holy living creatures. The mundane chakra, premium mobile, first swirlings, right? Virtue, attainment, completion of the great work. Titles, existence of existences, concealed of the concealed, ancient of ancients, ancient of days, the smooth point, the primordial point, the most high, the vast countenance, the white head, the head which is not, macroprosopus. So when we say the most high, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Spiritual experience, union with God, right? So as we know, each of the spheres of the tree of life, which are also called paths, each of the spheres have 4 layers. We know them as 4 worlds. The inner world of Atziluth, the color of Kether and Atziluth is just brilliance, right? We just call it brilliance. The color in the Briatic plane, which is the plane that deals with the archangels, is pure white brilliance. And that's usually going to be the diagram that you see, the Briatic color scheme. The Yetziratic color scheme is, again, pure white brilliance. And in Asaya, which is the densest aspect of Kether, the Asiatic color is white, flecked with gold. The vice of Kether, ain't none, cuz. Ain't none. Symbols, the point within a circle, the crown, and the swastika. That's also what we see here in the cover of Mystical Kabbalah. That is a stylized swastika. It's also a point in the middle of a circle. And also the circle is a point within a circle. In another diagram that I have, it actually shows the sideways profile of an old man. Verse 1. Kether is the fount of creation, the point where life wells up from the deeps of the great unmanifest. It is manifestation on the point of becoming manifest. The center crystallized in the midst of non-being, containing within it the potentialities of all to come. It is a supreme height of Godhead, although it must not be forgotten that all the Sephiroth are equally holy, being emanations of the one God. Thus, Malkuth, the physical world, is as divine as the highest spiritual sphere, Kether. Right? Keep that in mind. Malkuth is just as holy and sanctified as Kether. Push it to the limit. My phone made a strange sound, so I think I need to grab my charger. Jeez Louise. I think it's about time for a new phone. What do you guys think? Jeez Louise. Let's keep going. Poison ivy. Poison ivy. MC Maestro says, get a dope man phone to stream and Zoom with no service and another one with service for personal use. That's a good idea. It's funny that you mentioned that. I've been working on some karma here. Hopefully I've resolved the karma of dope boys. because I'm about tired of that nonsense. Nuru says every planet is a point of Kether. Every star is a point of Kether. Every body, every organ, every cell, the DNA itself. These are all Kethers within Kethers, all fractals, condensations of the one. Eggs Blackley. Eggs Blackley. Poison ivy. So again, thus Malkuth, the physical world, is as divine as the highest spiritual sphere, Kether, the crown of creation. Verse 2. Those who consider Malkuth holy without reference to the higher Sephiroth fall into the error of pantheism, which is a half-truth. Let me read that again. Mr. I am all things, Mrs. I am all things, so I don't need to do no work. Those who consider Malkuth holy without reference, right? Malkuth is holy, but you got to know why. Again, don't just repeat it, have an understanding of it. Those who consider Malkuth holy without reference to the higher Sephiroth fall into the error of pantheism, which is a half-truth. Those who consider Kether to be holier than the subsequent creation fall into equal error of denying the unity of God, of setting up a dichotomy between spirit and matter, right? That's why I keep saying there are no enemies. All this shit is perfect. I've been saying it, right? Because I realized it. I saw it myself. I seen it. So I'm not just saying that like it is. To say that Earth is evil and this dimension is evil and wretched and sinful and we gotta fix it and we gotta. To even think like that and say like that, you're saying that there is no unity, right? That there is no harmony, that God is out of control, that this stuff it's out of order. It doesn't make sense. That's not the case. Maybe our perspective is funky and out of order, but when you're taken out of the equation, everything is running very smoothly and perfectly. Like if you were to remove yourself and your opinion and your perspective, the world is perfectly perfect. It's moving the way that it should be moving. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. Oh, that is a great point, MC Maestro. Lucifer thought that Kether was more holy and thus fell into evil. He realizes his error through us. Precisely. That's how I got this gold horn. My horn is growing gold. Nuru says, this whole ashram is out of order. Order in the court. Order in the court. So yeah, Malkuth is holy, but know why, right? Kether is not more holy than the other spheres, but know why, right? It's all one thing. None of this is separate. That's why I say it's the relationships between this whole thing. It's all holy. Ain't no enemies and no bad guys and no corruption and no evil. There are expressions of disharmony. There are expressions of imbalance, but ultimately, even that's part of balance. It all depends on what perspective you're looking at it from. Now, all subsequent creation from the pure force of Kether is a gradual concretion into form of the one divine force. All subsequent creation from the pure force of Kether is a gradual concretion into form of the one divine force. So it's set up like layers, right? Like layers, being ultimate purity at the very top layer. And it gradually is condensing into more and more dense material, physical, slow, low. But it's all one thing. It's all one thing, just at different densities, different degrees. The same way that you would have, milk in the fridge that's expired. The thin is gonna separate from the chunky. The layers are gonna go where they go. but it's still all milk, right? So all subsequent creation from the pure force of Kether is a gradual concretion into form of the one divine force. So force becoming form, right? Consciousness becoming energy, and energy becoming matter. Form is force locked up into patterns of its own making. Form is force locked up into patterns of its own making. Force is that which is released when the patterns or forms are broken. Force and form are one and the same. As above, so below. I'm gonna add that to my list. Chapter 6, verse number 2. Number 3. This is the principle of the unity of opposites and of the processes of life and death. Force on one level acts as a duality, functioning either actively or passively. When opposing forces meet, they mutually attract and repel one another. They form a spinning ring after the manner of the process described in the extract from the Cosmic Doctrine in the preceding chapter, and thus descend a plane, creating a form through the interlocked equilibrium of their potencies. In a like manner, if the stabilized form is broken, the forces inherent in it become free moving on a higher plane. So look at what he's saying here. We looked at a diagram of rings in the last chapter, right? A swirling in one direction, by its nature, creates a swirling at a 90-degree angle, right? So that's two swirlings. And those two combined are pretty much rotating as a sphere. So that makes that third. Now, because of the force rotating in those three directions, it naturally condenses in the middle of it, right? The same way, like if you put your smoothie in the blender and you turn it on, of course the force is moving in an opposite direction, but you know, it's moving to the outside of that swirling, and the inside, it's this hole, right? Now imagine that process in reverse. Imagine that swirling is pushing everything to the middle of it. So that's what's happened in the three negative veils to create Kether. But what he's saying here is that context of movement, that pattern of movement continues down the tree. So that pattern of movement in Kether is what creates the next sphere, Chokmah, which creates the next sphere, Binah, and it continues like that. Because that swirling and that spinning, it's creating a density inside of it. That's what makes the lower plane beneath it. Let me know if that makes sense. And he says the opposite happens when that form, when that seed, when it is broken, the force inside of it becomes free moving and it moves upward in the opposite direction. Let me know if that makes sense in the triad or if it does not. Number 4, to an entity conscious on a lower plane where the form is built, the interlocking of the higher forces causing a form on the lower level will appear to be a birth. Right? Sirius Su 888 says it's like a center of a tornado. Yes, but imagine it happening in the opposite way. Imagining the center becoming the substance, right? Imagine the substance compressing into the center. Dion Fortune described it in the mystical Kabbalah as like making rock candy, where you have that, like, I think you do hot water and you pour some sugar in there and you stir it up, then you put a little string in there, and if you watch it over time, the crystals begin to form on the string, right? If you're a little kid, it would look like magic. The crystals are just coming out of nowhere. So it's more like that. Imagine the spinning and the swirling compresses into the center, creating something. Thank you, Stuffed Dog. He says centripetal versus centrifugal. Yes, I didn't know the official term. Thank you. This is good science right here, man. So look what he says here now. To an entity conscious on the lower plane, where the form is built, right? We're in a lower plane compared to the other planes. We're in a lower plane, and we have a form built here, right? The physical body and our thought, mind. Check this out. To an entity conscious on the lower plane, where the form is built, the interlocking of the higher forces causing a form on the lower level will appear to be a birth. It appears to be a birth, whether it's a baby created, whether it's an idea coming into existence, or a concept realized into manifestation. It appears to be a birth. But what has happened before that birth is that the interlocking of those higher forces, that spinning, happened on a higher level, compressing into the center of it, creating what appears to be a birth. And guess what? These ideas that you get and receive, these messages that you channel and stuff like that, same thing's happening. It was already in process before you became aware of it. The fact you became aware of it means that this was already going on. Again, we are not the body, we are not the mind. We receive these signals. The question is from where, or from how or when, I don't know. When the form is broken and the forces return to their original higher level, the process will appear as a death. When the form is broken and the forces return to their original higher level, the process will appear as a death. When the form is broken, the forces return to their original higher level. So what you and I represent and what these different things around us all represent, they're all expressions of an essence. When the form is broken, that force returns to that essence. Number 5, to an entity conscious on the higher plane, however, the descent into form of free-moving forces will be considered a death. And the breakup of a form to release the forces will be a birth. Do you see that? When your physical vessel dies, on the higher plane, it looks like a birth. On the higher plane, a birth in the lower plane looks like a death. It's all about these perspectives. Keep in mind what it said before about the spinning direction of these negative veils. To an entity conscious on the higher plane, however, the descent into does that mean that when we work with higher entities, it's like they're channeling the dead? It's like they're performing necromancy when they work with us? I never thought of that before. I guess something else was spinning and that thought has entered into my head now. Lucifer is performing necromancy to communicate with me, to summon with me. Jeez Louise, man. This is always like high level stuff, man. I just hope people can get it. I really do. Number 6. That is so cool. Yep, I'm gonna have to go ahead and write that down. Verses 4 and 5. Alright, number 6. In this way, it will be seen that birth and death are two sides of the same coin. The empty shell of the built-up form remains on the lower plane to resolve back into the basic matter of that plane, and the forces return to their higher level, now vibrating with the experience of manifestation in the denser form. It's vibrating differently when it returns. That's just like what Dion Fortune was talking about when the energies that are compressed within your existence in a body. The work for us is to learn how to organize it and manage it so that when the physical body breaks and is destroyed, we can continue the process upward. Man. Levon, greetings. Levon says, I'm currently reading Symbols of the Dogon, Synchronicity. This is also interesting considering some of the downloads with my grandfather passing yesterday. Very interesting. So many signs and synchronicities, it's utterly ridiculous. I'm learning a whole lot about ancestor work right now. Stuff that I didn't really consider because, well, I never really had someone close to me pass like that. So, and ancestor work it's becoming very clear now where it wasn't before. But yeah, let's keep going. We're here to read this. Yeah. All right, so number 7. This is the basic pattern of all manifestation and unmanifestation, which we have already seen to be cyclic. It is also the process of the human soul coming down the planes into densest form and subsequently dying to this form and being reborn to the inner worlds. And then, after a time of assimilation of past experience in densest form, coming to birth into it again by the death of its freedom of the less dense forms of the higher planes. This is the basic doctrine behind the theory of reincarnation. It is also the rationale between the primitive religious practice of blood sacrifice. By destroying the form, force was released to wing its way to the higher worlds. This is how I understood to work with the goetic spirits, right? As I would draw the sigil, I'd do my ritual, and then I would destroy the sigil symbolically as releasing the energy and the force up to the higher plane so it can do what it was intended to do, right? Cyclic. It is recurring. Number 8. The fossilized remains of extinct species are the cast-off forms of life which were no longer adequate to the expression of life force. But the life has achieved rebirth in higher types of vehicle. It was only by abandoning simpler forms that life could enter more complex expressions of existence. Makes me look at dinosaurs and reptilians in a different way, huh? A consciousness inhabiting a doomed, simpler form would look upon the decline of its genus as a tragedy. A consciousness inhabiting a more advanced evolutionary form, growing in power at the expense of the old, would rejoice. In this way, do species and races and nations rise and fall. From the standpoint of Kether, it is all one. For Kether is the basic life force at the root of all forms. Thus, this level is beyond the good and evil as conceived of by consciousnesses limited in forms. And Kether is the spirit that knows it is immortal, whatever the triumphs and vicissitudes of the expressions of form. 9. In this way, it can be considered as the crown of creation, as the crown in a modern monarchy is above the rough and tumble of party politics. This indeed could be regarded as an aspect of Kether in the sphere of Malkuth, and the crown is a symbol of Kether. The other symbols, the point and the point within a circle, indicate the manifestation of Kether to be both the simplest form of manifestation, as a point is the simplest geometrical figure, and also the concretion of a center in the great round of the unmanifest. The subsidiary titles also bear attribution, particularly the primordial point and the smooth point. The latter title is one of those conceptions which are nonsensical to the concrete mind, for a point, by definition, has no surface to be rough or smooth. It implies a sphere of no magnitude and takes into account the unmanifest side of Kether, which is also implied by the titles concealed of the concealed and the head which is not. As there is a dark side of the moon which is either invisible to man on earth, so is there a side to Kether which, being of the unmanifest, is incomprehensible to the rest of creation. There's an aspect of Kether that is incomprehensible to the rest of creation. That makes sense because it faces the unmanifest, just like the dark side of the moon faces the unmanifest. As the Yetziratic text says, it is the primal glory because no created being can attain to its essence. Were any created being to attain to its essence, which according to the spiritual experience is union with God, it would by that very fact become uncreate, right? The Unfortunate said it in her book Mystical Kabbalah. But if you make it to Kether, there ain't no coming back. There ain't no coming back. You become uncreated. Yet this is the goal of all evolution, as the virtue of Kether reveals: attainment, completion of the great work. The great work, a term often meant with in magical and alchemical writings, is the great work of life itself, the death of free-moving spirit into form and its subsequent regeneration. The first path is called the admirable or hidden intelligence, because it is the light giving the power of comprehension of the first principle, which hath no beginning. Okay, so for those of you who do have this book and who do care about learning Kabbalah, it'd be a good idea to pay attention to this verse here, verse 12 and verse 13. And here's why. Because in mystical Kabbalah and in some of the older Yetziradic texts, they call each of the spheres paths, and they talk about the fancy names of these paths, right? We went over this last year when we studied mystical Kabbalah the first time on my channel. Here we go. So if you have this version of mystical Kabbalah, towards the end, it gives the names of these paths, right? And it gives a brief description. But dang, I'm not finding what I was actually looking for. But anyways, you usually get a brief description of what these paths are called. Here he's going to explain exactly what that means. So number 13. This main statement of the Yetziradic text confirms the spiritual experience, for only union with God can give the power of comprehension of the immortal spirit, which is the first principle behind manifestation, and being immortal without beginning or ending. Thus is the sphere called the admirable intelligence, for created beings can only adore or admire in the presence of God. And the hidden intelligence again signifies that the spirit stems from the unknowable great unmanifest. The text also refers to the Sephirah as the light giving the power of comprehension. Again, we see that light is the first thing manifest, and in Kether, the light gives comprehension of itself to itself. It will be remembered from Genesis that on the creation of light, the darkness comprehended it not. It must also be borne in mind that the light referred to is not the type of etheric disturbance that we call light, but a high metaphysical concept of which the light of the sun and stars is only a symbol and lower analog. Light as we perceive it through our physical senses could be conceived of as a dense aspect of the Kether of Malkuth. But the light of the Kether of Kether is spirit, just as the fire that Prometheus stole from heaven is a type of spiritual will. This is good gravy, man. If you don't have this book, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Number 14. Light being the first manifest, Matthew Watson says, is the title of the live, the name of the book. Absolutely. Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism by Gareth Knights. There are 2 books, which is why I'm attempting to tackle 5 chapters at a time. Because this first book, it's all about the Sephirah themselves. The next book is about the paths. And like I said before, I could really use some good education on the paths, so I'm excited to read about that. This whole year, my resolution, my commitment is to really deeply get a very high level understanding of the Kabbalah. And I'm taking that step by step. You guys are welcome to join me on that if you want to. I think the journey's going pretty well. All right, continue. Light being the first manifest, it is also obviously the oldest thing in creation. And remember what he said here now. The light, that could be considered the Kether of Malkuth, but not the light that the spiritual texts are actually talking about, right? Every sphere has the tree of life within it, right? So Malkuth has a Yesod within it. It has all this within it. The highest point of Malkuth, the Kether of Malkuth, would be the physical light that we see. That's what he called light is a type of etheric disturbance, which means that in the etheric plane, the Malkuth of the etheric plane is analogous to the light that we see with our physical eyes. So imagine the light. Oh my God, man, so the light of our physical plane that we see with our eyes is the densest aspect of the etheric plane. We're going into the ultraviolet realm when we talk about the etheric plane. We talk about Yesod. I'm pointing at Yesod here. Notice the rainbow around Yesod. We're going into the ultraviolet realm. It's purple also. And you'll see here that he's surrounded by this etheric body, right? I'm not making this stuff up. This is how it is. Light is the densest aspect of Yesod, of the etheric plane, physical light, or if you want to call it that. But then he goes to say that what did he say? The light of Kether is spirit. The light of the Kether is spirit. So spirit is the highest point of this whole hierarchy here. The light of light. The Kether is spirit. Just as the fire that Prometheus stole from heaven is a type of spiritual will. All right, get it together. So again, light being the first manifest, it is also obviously the oldest thing in creation, except that these spiritual levels are outside our conceptions of space and time. Man, this got me thinking also. So the Tattva, that is Prithvi with the seed of Akasha in it, that represents physical light also. Nuru says the light of Kether is actually what we call the darkness, just pure, full charge. Hence what we call negative light, huh? Man. Let's go. This is good quality info. Light being the first manifest, it is also obviously the oldest thing in creation, except that these spiritual levels are outside our conceptions of space and time. The titles Ancient of Ancients and Ancient of Days brings out this point. The days referred to are obviously cosmic days of manifestation. The magical image, an ancient bearded king shown in profile, is a pictorial symbol of these titles, but can be misleading. From this magical image, which has obviously, through long contemplation of God by the exoteric church, filtered through to the popular conception, has grown the naive representation of God as an old man with a flowing white beard and gown. Look at that. Look at how we abuse symbols when we're ignorant. We just take it at face value. That's the whole reason why we see God as an old man with a long ass beard sitting on a throne. Even that's Kabbalistic. This is what is meant by not being able to cast pearls to swine, because people take something like that and they don't know what to do with it, so they take the expression as the essence. Let's continue. This is a concrete example of the power behind these Kabbalistic symbols, for the color white is also a Kether color, as for instance in the title, the white head. White contains all the other colors as Kether contains all subsequent manifestation. But it is also an example of how symbols can lead people astray, right? For many profess to deny religion on the ground that its anthropomorphic concepts are too naive. The truth is, of course, that the critic is too naive. And as so often happens, projecting his own failings onto the outside world, the only way most of us can face our own inadequacies by blaming them on others. Boom. Let me see that again. Let me see that again. The truth is, of course, that the critic is too naive, right? That tastes good to the ego, don't it? The truth is, of course, that the critic is too naive, and as so often happens, projecting his own failings onto the outside world, his own misunderstandings and confusion. We see that a lot. The only way most of us can face our own inadequacies is by blaming them on others. However, while God is a real being and not a mere metaphysical abstraction, he is obviously not an old man in a white gown either. Man. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. And the image, he is conceived of as in profile. For the other side, Kether is unmanifest. And he is considered old because Kether is the first manifest. But one should glean a shred of wisdom from the myth of Tithonus, who obtained the gift of immortality from the gods, but forgot to ask for eternal youth. Oh no. Consequently, he got more and more senile and decrepit until his life was a burden to him. As an act of mercy, he was changed into a cicada, which he presumably still is to this day. This was no doubt a lesson to him, but the lesson for us is not to think of great divine beings as subject to the physical laws of time, biology, and chemistry, right? And thus, old-fashioned and decrepit, they also have eternal youth. In 17, the name of God in Kether is Eheye, which has been likened to the outflowing and indrawing of the breath, thus symbolizing Kether as the root from which all flows and to which it all returns. The divine breath is a widely used symbol among Eastern mystics, and much of the teaching behind Hatha Yoga is based upon it. The Hebrew letters which make up the name are Aleph, He, Yod, He. In the symbolism of the Hebrew alphabet, the letter Aleph denotes the beginnings of things, and He, the reception. A stabilization at a level of form. Yod represents the fertilizing principle. Beginning, receiving, fertilizing, receiving. I am that I am. That means I am that I am. Thus, the name itself implies the initial going forth of the force, which is then stabilized, and then a further fructifying emanation resulting in a final stabilization. So it goes forth and it's stabilized, and then there's a reproductive type of force that goes forward, and then it's stabilized. This can be considered either as increasing manifestation and slightly denser stages, or perhaps better, manifestation and then return to stability in the unmanifest. Yod and He can also represent the positive and negative aspects of force, and thus could be equated with Chokmah and Binah. Thus, one could consider the name to represent the coming forth of life, Aleph, resulting in the stabilization, He, of the principles of manifestation, positive, Yod, and negative, He. There are no doubt further possible interpretations. Cool beans. Greetings, Caesar. Nuru says, right, Trav, that seed of Akasha in the center is the still zero point of all matter, so-called negative light. Vedas call it Shiva. Think of a magnet with North Pole and South Pole. Exactly in the center between them is the seed of Akash. Physics calls it plane of inertia. At this still center, Akash, Shiva, is no magnetism. Interesting. And every element has this level of Akash. Greetings, Caesar. Lance Benefield says this is a real class, family. It's all about us understanding the material instead of getting a grade. Powerful. Yes. And would you believe that the understanding of the material is what gets you the grade? Number 19. Eheye has been variously translated as I am, or I am that I am, or I become, all of which corresponds with the title assigned to Kether, existence of existences. The color assigned to the absolute of Kether is brilliance, which transcends all colors, as Kether transcends all creation. And Useless Familiar says, I always assumed that people were mistaking Raziel with God since I thought Kether transcends gender. Indeed. Indeed. Nuru says, yep, everything has at its center a kosh, literally a portal that connects to the all at all times. Look at a kosh right there in the center. Interesting stuff. All right, let's keep going because we got a ways to go. Nuru says that seed of Akash is what Vedas call Atman. Kemet priests call it Atin. "21. The archangel of the Sephirah is Metatron, who presides over the whole tree of life as well as over Kether. Traditionally, it was Metatron who gave the Kabbalah to man. This can be taken to mean that from his inscrutably high heavenly world, he sent through an idea chart of evolution, which was imprinted on the higher levels of man, so that it could subsequently be brought through to the conscious mind by the techniques of meditation. It was not what we could justly be called telepathy, for it was above the realms of the concrete mind. Such a high being as Metatron would not deal directly in mental concepts or pictorial forms, but would make direct contact with the spirit of man. Hence why it's so important to get into touch with the spirit of self. On the abstract spiritual levels on which such a being operates, mental ideas would appear as solid and concrete as lumps of rock do to us. And when we wish to communicate to each other, we look for easier methods than carving messages on stone." I'm going to write that verse down, verse 22. On abstract spiritual levels on which such a being operates, mental ideas would appear as solid and concrete as lumps of rocks do to us. And when we wish to communicate with each other, we look for easier methods than carving messages in stone. Hmm. 23. This does not mean that it is impossible to make contact with one such as Metatron. One should never allow one's practice to be limited by theory in these matters. He can be pictured in the Briatic color of Kether, a vast, powerfully radiating pillar of pure white brilliance. And keep in mind, like I said, with each of the spheres, and we talk about the different worlds associated with the spheres, the archangel is going to be associated with the Briatic realm. So that's what he's talking about here. The God level, Atziluth, right, that's going to be the Eheye, the I am that he just talked about. Now he's talking about Metatron, right, the archangel, right? The God name, Eheye, that relates to Atziluth. Archangel, Metatron, that relates to Bria, right? The Yetziratic plane, that's going to relate to the order of angels, of course, and the Asiatic plane, that's going to relate to the what they call the mundane chakra, right? So just keep that in mind. If you don't know, now you know. This does not mean no, I already said that. The order of angels assigned to Kether is the holy living creatures. These are classified into 4 types in accordance with the biblical system, which describes them as having the forms of a bull, a lion, an eagle, and a man. The angels are concerned with the formative world of a Sephirah, and this is the clue to much, for what is formed in Kether will be reflected throughout the whole of manifestation. This is the basis behind the much maligned 4 elements of the ancients, which the Jungian school of analytical psychology is now doing much to restore to respectability. Esoterically speaking, God manifests in 4 aspects as opposed to 3 aspects or persons of the exoteric church, right? And this is what that sentence means. In the exoteric church, we are taught that God is Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, right? But esoterically, there's actually 4 aspects, right? These 4 aspects are Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and the destroyer or disintegrator. Uh-oh, what's that mean? The aspect of the Father is the power aspect or the spiritual will. The aspect of the Son is love. That is, complete understanding of the needs of all, not sweet sentimentality. All right, let me read that again. The aspect of the Son is love. That is, what is love? Complete understanding of the needs of all, not sweet sentimentality. The aspect of the Holy Spirit is wisdom, active intelligence, or illumination. The 4th aspect is the withdrawer of life from the death of form, and ultimately of all unmanifest life to the unmanifest. It only makes sense. It only makes sense. Kind of reminds me what was talked about in the Ladder of Lights, how the unmanifest archetype of this tree in its seed form is these 4 spheres here: Kether, Chokmah, Binah, Doth. And we can consider what used to be here as that destroyer aspect because it's Doth, knowledge, that fell to become experience. And eventually that experience will be collected back up. This is called the kingdom, right? This is called the foundation. And isn't it quite peculiar that the foundation isn't actually the foundation? It's because the kingdom used to be here. This is actually an empty space. Foundation is supposed to be the foundation. But in the manifest dimension, Doth has fallen into the experience of Malkuth, kingdom. It will be withdrawn back into its original place, or rather it already is. Eventually we will have a realization of that. If you eat all your broccoli, that is. Lance Benefield says, is the Akash the same as Darth? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Maybe you mean Doth. I'm not going to assume I know what you mean, but if you're talking about Doth, then the answer would be no. Doth is what I just mentioned there earlier. Yeah. Greetings, Corporeal Chaos Consulting, Metatron, Smirk Face. Stony Stardust Tarot, my sincere condolences, bro. Oh my goodness. Metatron is Lingam. Corporeal Chaos Consulting says 4 as opposed to 3 because 4 is 3 plus 1, moving from creation into the created. Yes. Yes. Moving from creation into the created. Lance Benefield says destroyer equals Shiva. You got it. Framestar Films. Peace, bro. Peace in the Middle East. Literally. Alright, let's keep going. So I'm outside of the club and you think I'm a bug. He was smiling that whole video. That was just hilarious to me. Giant, big man stomping through the city. You'll have to watch that video if you haven't seen it. Alright, let's keep going. All the words used to describe the four aspects in the above paragraph are inadequate. The powers of God are beyond the grasp of words, so instead of being limited by them, one should, by meditation, try to get beyond them to the truth that they so poorly represent. All right, keep that in mind. Like I said earlier, our awareness of these things, especially if you're in constant contemplation, is always expanding. So at no point do I sit down and say, yeah, I got it. I understand all of it. No. You understand it at a level right now. Hopefully as you keep going, you're going to understand it at a better level. So don't make these words here a limitation. Allow them to be somewhat of a guidepost pointing you in the direction of the essence of where these words are pointing to, where they're coming from. Because the truth is not in a book. It's going to come from your experience of that truth, right? And so like what he said right here, the powers of God are beyond the grasp of words. So instead of being limited by them, one should, by meditation, try to get beyond them to the truth that they so poorly represent. The symbols of the holy living creatures will be recognized by astrological students to correspond with the zodiacal signs of Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius. These are the fixed signs, right? The fixed signs of the four elements of earth, fire, water, and air, respectively, for in Kether are the roots of the elemental powers, which are represented by the tarot aces of coins, wands, cups, and swords, right? And what he means by that, if you don't know, is that the tarot lines up with the Kabbalah, right? So all the aces line up with representing Kether. All the twos represent Chokmah. All the threes represent Binah. All the fours represent Hesiod. All the fives represent Gibra. All the sixes represent Tiferet. All the sevens of the tarot, whether it's aces, cups, whether it's pentacles, dime, whatever suit it is. The sevens represent Netzach. The eights represent Hod. The nines represent Yesod. And all the tens represent Malkuth. So we're talking about Kether. This is why he's mentioning that all the aces are representative of the roots of the elemental powers. That's what the aces represent. The roots of the elemental powers, which were the original designations of the diamonds, clubs, hearts, and spades of modern playing cards. The ancients said that all things were basically made up of the four elements, and this is literally true. For the elements are modes of action, right? When we talk about these four elements, the elements are modes of action and not just the four physical elements. Although these are reflections of the archetypal principles involved, right? So actual fire, water, air, and earth, they're reflections of the archetypal principles involved. Like I said, there's an essence of a thing, there's an expression of a thing. The expression is not the essence. It's a reflection of the essence. So physical fire that you see with your eyes and feel with your skin, that is an expression and a reflection of the archetypal principle of what fire actually represents. Let me know in the chat if that makes sense or if it does not make sense. I'm serious. Don't be afraid to look like whatever. So I'm outside of the club and you think I'm a punk. All right, so let's keep it moving. 29. The interlinking correspondences of the elements are numerous, and it would be of little use to examine them in detail before a complete examination of the tree has been undertaken. All right? Again, not to get stuck on the expression, but try to use the expressions to track what the essence is. All right? That is crucial and key when looking at all this spiritual, occult stuff. Know how to look at the surface level of a thing and try to connect what the essence of it is, right? That's what the science of correspondence is all about. That's what the Hermetic principle of correspondence is all about. So the interlinking correspondences of the elements are numerous, and it would be of little use to examine them in detail before a complete examination of the tree has been undertaken. Students familiar with Jungian psychology can get some conception of their application by considering the four Jungian psychological functions of intuition, feeling, intellect, and sensation, which correspond to air, water, fire, and earth, and which on the lower Sephiroth of the tree can be equated with Tifereth, Netzach, Hod, and Malkuth. Tifereth, Netzach, Hod, and Malkuth, right? For contacting the angelic powers of Kether, it is not really necessary to go into long analysis of correspondences, though. Perhaps the best image to build up is the swastika, which is an emblem of the equal-armed cross of the elements in circular motion, right? And if you notice, you'll see the swastika going in two directions, one going towards the right, one going towards the left. If you were to, you could correspond that also with pranayama, the science of breathing. One represents the inhale, one represents the exhale. And all that he's talking here also previously about the day and the night, the inhale and the exhale. Two different directions of the motion. Magnetic, electric, all those correspondences. So perhaps the best image to build up is the swastika, which is an emblem of the equal-armed cross of the elements in circular motion. One can picture a swastika of pure white brilliance, with a picture of one of the holy living creatures in each arm, and then visualize the swastika spinning rapidly on a brilliant axis against a background of white flecked with gold. So right there is a meditative technique that you can use. Right there, if you want to take something into meditation to see if you can, tap into an experience of Kether, you can picture that right there. The swastika, and on each of the four arms, one of the heads of those fixed zodiac signs. The ox, the bull, the lion, the man, the eagle. And imagine it spinning infinitely fast against a background of white flecked with gold, white with gold pieces all over it. This spinning motion will call to mind the mundane chakra of Kether, the premium mobile, the first swirlings. This attribution means that an idea of Kether can be gained by going out and contemplating a whirling nebula. Oh wow, doesn't that look like the Milky Way spinning? Wow. Contemplating a whirling nebula in the night sky, for it will be an astronomical analog of the cosmological creation. The symbol may also serve to show that the ancients were not all so dumb, astronomically speaking, as we like to make out. Greetings, cradle of humankind, across the world. Whew. The title assigned to Kether of Macroprosopus, or the vast countenance, is a purely Kabbalistic one, relating to one of the ways of dividing the tree. These patterns on the tree will be dealt with in a later chapter, but the title of the vast countenance can be used as an image without reference to metaphysical theory. Imagine a great head arising from the depths of a calm, still sea, until it completely covers the space above the horizon. Then see the image of this vast countenance reflected in the waters. You guys may have seen this image before. It almost looks like a hexagon, right? But at the top you'll see like an old man with a long beard, and he's like pressing down, and he's got a cone hat pointing up, and below is a reflection of him also pressing upward. One is like white and one is black. You may have seen that image before. I'm sure if you type in Macroprosopus, that image will come up in Google. But that's what he's talking about here. He says, imagine a great head arising from the depth of a calm sea until it completely covers the space above the horizon. Then see the image of this vast countenance reflected in the waters. Alternatively, one can identify oneself with the vast countenance rising, perceiving one's reflection on the surface of the great deep from whence one has arisen. Or identify oneself with the reflection. That's a key right there. Most symbols can be used in this subjective way, whatever their form, but used in this way, their effects may be far more potent than the usual method of visualizing them objectively. The process should be used with discretion. In mythology, Kether can be aligned with all prime creators, springing up from the abyss of water or space, self-created and creating all other gods, men, and living things. There can be a certain amount of overlapping, for where a prime creator is male, he could also have claims to be aligned with Chokmah, and if female, with Binah. The state of Kether is really androgynous, and we have already examined this dual nature in the cosmological conception of Hesiod, where both Gaia and Eros can be considered Kether figures. Kronos also could be considered a Kether figure, in that he devoured his children, as Kether finally indraws all that has been created through it. Kronos is, however, of the second divine dynasty of the Greeks, and although the above attribution is valid for anyone who cares to make it so, Kronos has reference to a much later stage of manifestation. He was one of the Titans. Uh-oh, I hear Bobby Hemmett echoes. He was one of the Titans who can be considered human memories of a pre-human race. They took part in the Greek version of the War in Heaven, which appears in so many mythologies, including the Bible. Also, if you've read the Necronomicon, you'll see that battle. I already mentioned that earlier, but that's also a reference to what's happening here. Poor Tiamat. Kronos, in turn, was overthrown by Zeus, who, with the other Olympians, was the main manifestation of God to the Greeks. In the Orphic cosmogony, Kronos is an entirely different concept, being called the first principle, time, from which came chaos, the infinite, and ether, the finite. Chaos was surrounded by night, and in the darkness an egg was formed, of which night formed the shell. The center of the egg was Phanes, light, creator, in conjunction with night, of heaven and earth, and also Zeus. This creation fantasy can be considered as a resume of the concretion of Kether. Remember, we talked about last chapter the spinning motion, right, in one direction causes a spinning motion at a 90-degree angle, and the spinning motion of those two angles creates the motion of a sphere. Now, with those three spinning motions compressing into the center, that's what creates the concretion of Kether. Remember, we talked about that. But like you say, these different myths of the Orphic cosmology, time, from which came chaos. And also remember, he said that according to Hesiod, chaos doesn't mean disorder. It referred to a massive opening, a great gaping hole. Right? So the first principle, time, from which came chaos, the infinite, right? Infinite space, and ether, the finite. Chaos was surrounded by night, and in the darkness an egg was formed, of which night formed the shell. The center of the egg was Phanes, light, creator, in conjunction with night, of heaven and earth, and also Zeus. Stony Stardust Tarot says the Bindu point, eggs blackly. 37. This creation fantasy can be considered a resume of the concretion of Kether, the distinctions of time, infinite, and finite, light and darkness, are philosophical abstractions which demonstrate this conception to be a metaphysical structure rather than genuine primitive myth. Don't sleep on these original myths, right? Don't sleep on it. These writings were attributed to Orpheus, whose original teachings were probably of Eastern origin. Oh, interesting. Though it was Dionysus who became the supreme god of Orphism. 38. In the Egyptian pantheons, Thoth, Ra, Ptah, and Osiris, amongst others, were all credited by their followers with creating the universe. But the Heliopolitan system seems to correspond with the Kabbalistic concept best in Atum-Ra, who lived inside Nu before anything was, and whose name Atum derives from a root meaning not to be and to be complete, which corresponds well with the dual manifest and unmanifest, alpha and omega, beginning and ending aspects of Kether. Okay, so we just went through the three negative veils of existence, right? And that was, in my opinion, difficult to describe, obviously, or maybe not obviously, but very difficult. Then we get to Kether, which is still somewhat difficult, but easier to grasp because we have more symbolic attributes to piece together, right? Once again, remember, we look at the expression of a thing because it's going to help to direct us to the essence of which that expression comes from, right? So all this physical experience, all of this experience of life as we have it here is a bunch of surface level expressions, and we're not going to understand what the hell's going on unless we look past the symbolic expressions into what the symbol represents. So when you see the eye of Horus, that's not a physical eye out there somewhere waiting, looking at you representing a hawk-headed man. That's a symbol that points to an essence. This is how you look at all this stuff. Symbolism. But as we go down the tree and start getting closer and closer to the manifest dimension, the symbols begin to become more and more obvious. Yes. Vincent El Cristo, peace. I believe I said that. Nuru says, all is a tomb. Right, that's what you said. And that is what was verified. And not even to have this book verified, but again, we're pointing at concepts here. All is a tomb. Just like all is Brahman, right? And that doesn't mean a man somewhere with a long ass beard, right? It's a principle. Stray Panther says, I'm glad I'll have this book on Friday. This stuff is heavy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I hope that if you're able to, you can maybe take notes, or at least mark maybe where you might want to look back when you get it. King Zeno says, man, I appreciate you, because goddamn, right? Hell, that's the way I feel about the authors of this book. Corporeal Chaos Consulting says, a symbol is a handle for thought. It uses the surface level to point to the essence. Absolutely. Shari Berry Sharbay, greetings all. Greetings, Shari Berry. King Zeno says, all is a tomb. Yeah, that's one way to look at it too, right? It's about the perspective. Remember, we just talked about the microprosopus image where he's coming out the water, and the reflection is him coming out the water. So do you identify with the essence or the expression? That's on you, right? What do you identify with? All right, so I made the thumbnail that said we're gonna read 4 chapters, and somebody's cooking something in the oven, so that's starting to stimulate my food samskaras. But we're gonna tough it out. Just gotta walk it like I talk it, right? Chapter 7, Chokmah Wisdom. All right, so we just talked about the negative veils. Then we talked about Kether. Now we're here, Chokmah. John Abraham, peace. Welcome, and thank you. You are now officially a unicorn seeker. From this day forward, your life will never be the same. All right, so Chokmah, this is where we are. The second path is called the illuminating intelligence. It is the crown of creation, the splendor of unity, equaling it. It is the crown of creation, the splendor of unity equaling it. Okay, the splendor of unity equaling. It is exalted above every head and is named by Kabbalists the second glory. So here's some of the symbols that correlate with Chokmah. The magical image is a bearded male figure. The difference is before, with Kether, it was a bearded male figure in profile. Now as we get a little bit more dense, we're dealing with the bearded male figure facing forward. Right? The God name, this is the absolute level, is Jehovah, Jah. The archangel, this is the Briatic level, Ratziel. Right? The order of angels is the Ophanim, wheels. And you guys remember from Ladder of Lights, we really talked about these guys and what they represent. These are probably my favorite class. I missed that book. The mundane chakra, this represents the Asiatic level. That represents the zodiac. right? And remember, the zodiac isn't a, we learned this from Ladder of Lights, the zodiac isn't a belt, it's not a strip. It really represents a sphere. It's more like an orange with 12 slices, right? So those 12 slices in the sphere, because remember what we talked about in the first chapter, or not the first chapter, but the chapter on the negative veils. Remember what we talked about here, right? That spinning motion here inevitably creates the spinning motion at this 90-degree angle. And that pattern is reflected, right? And that spinning motion here and here inevitably creates the container, the sphere, right? And all of that motion is compressing a single point in the center. And that single point in the center would be Kether. But guess what? That pattern is happening throughout the tree. So as Kether is undergoing that same context of motion, the content now becomes the next sphere, which would be Chokmah. And it continues all the way down. And you'll see this also reflected in the science of the tattvas. But more on that later, because you've got the tattvas are the 5 elements. And with just like within every sphere of the Kabbalah is another tree, within each of the tattvas is another set of 5 tattvas. But you know, we'll get to that later. If you already know it, Stuff Dog, if you're in the chat, what's the book? Magical Tattvas by John Mumford. Yeah, if you're able to find Magical Tattvas by John Mumford, that's a great one. That's going to get into the different layers of those tattvas. But if you don't want to go that far, you're not able to find that book. Tattva Shuddhi, of course, that's going to be the big one to help understand these different layers and how they personally relate to your experience and how to work with them, right? Stray Panther says, keep the dry erase board handy. You know what? You're absolutely right. I forgot to grab that. I can grab it. Give me just like 30 seconds. All right. Let me tell you, I was so proud of this diagram. I was just so proud of it. But now I've got to erase it. But to correlate with where we're going here, what we're talking about here, we could also think of this as the tree, right? Transitioning from a pure expression of force all the way down to a pure expression of form, right? And this middle, the central level of transition, this would happen at Tifereth level. And this is one of the reasons why Tifereth is symbolized by a hexagram, that upward and that downward pointing triangle, because that is where force is now transformed into form officially, right? Nothing new under the sun, because under this level, everything is it's pretty much on autopilot, right? Everything's pretty much already going the way that it's going. Thank you for the link, Stray Panther. He's posted the link to that book if anyone is interested. But anyways, yeah. You can watch the last live stream I did if you want to see me or hear me explain what's happening with all this right here. That was what we did yesterday, and that was a really good one, I must say. So if you have the time and the will, I would definitely check out that last live stream. I'm probably going to print that out and do some more on it. Anyways, let's get through this. We get through this. I found the book in 2 seconds, right? amazing what just a little bit of effort can do for somebody. Okay, so the virtue of Chokmah is devotion. Titles include power of Yetzirah, Abba, the supernal father, tetragrammaton, Yod of the tetragrammaton. Spiritual experience, the vision of God face to face. Atziluth color, pure soft blue. Briatic color, gray. Yetziratic color, pearl gray iridescence. Asiatic color, white flecked, red, blue, and yellow. White flecked, red, blue, and yellow. Symbols, the lingam, the phallus, Yod, the inner robe of glory, the standing stone. Like a rock, oh, like a rock. My grandpa had that as his license plate on the truck for the longest time. That was funny. The tower, the uplifted rod of power, the straight line. Okay, we get the reference, guy. The steel pipe, the salami, the heavy rod. Number one, Chokmah is the dynamic thrust and drive of spiritual force. It is the upwelling spirit of Kether in positive action, the powerhouse of the universe. One does not have to be much of a Freudian psychologist to see the idea of masculine sexuality behind most of the subsidiary symbols assigned to this sphere. At the same time, Chokmah is the Sephirah of wisdom, which may seem rather strange at first sight, for in much of the workings out of the drive of sexuality, wisdom is usually the one thing which is noticeable by its absence. However, it must be remembered that we are dealing with cosmic principles behind manifestation and not with their reflection in the greatly aberrated actions of man. In its passive aspect, Chokmah is a reflection of the primal upwelling of force in Kether. And in its positive aspect, it is the divine force in positive function, as opposed to its passive mode of action in Binah. When the glyph of the pillars is placed upon the tree, Chokmah is at the head of the positive pillar, and Binah at the head of the negative one. We see that clearly here. Chokmah is at the head of the positive pillar, Binah is at the head of the negative pillar, right? And notice the symbol there for Chokmah. The unfortunate tried to be very polite and cover it up with a blanket, or yeah. But we know what's under there. And look at the other side, which is of course the feminine aspect, the divine yoni. So we got the lingam and the yoni. Let's continue. In its passive aspect, Chokmah is a reflection of the primal upwelling of force in Kether. And in its positive aspect, it is the divine force in positive function as opposed to its passive mode of action in Binah. When the glyph of the pillars is placed upon the tree, Chokmah is at the head of the positive pillar and Binah at the head of the negative one. So we can expect to find all symbols of a positive and masculine nature assigned to the former, and all symbols of a passive and feminine nature assigned to the latter. Before making an examination of the phallic Chokmah symbols, though, it will be best to examine its aspects as a reflection of Kether. In all matters of spiritual analysis, it is best to work from the highest point downwards in order to get a genuine understanding, for the higher precedes the lower in point of creation, and is thus its cause. So, in the last book, Ladder of Lights, like I said, William G. Gray started from the bottom and worked his way up to the top. The unfortunate and Gareth Knight here are recommending working from the top down, simply because we learn about, they're teaching it as if we learn about the source of the preceding chapter, right? So we're going in order here. Chokmah comes up out of Kether. Kether came up out of the negative veils of existence. So we're learning it in a systematic, linear fashion. So it says, in all matters of spiritual analysis, it is best to work from the highest point downwards in order to get a genuine understanding, for the higher precedes the lower in point of creation and is thus its cause. Thus, Chokmah is a dynamic sephirah because it is a reflection of Kether, and all the subsequent symbolism stems from this fact. By examining the male sexual symbolism first and then proceeding from that to the cosmic factors, one is liable to fall into the error of many followers of Freud who try to describe religious symbolism as mere projections of human sexuality. To use the language of metaphorical symbolism, one could say that Godhead manifests a vast countenance from the nothingness of the great unmanifest. It is therefore alone and self-created, with nothing else in manifestation to attract its attention. It therefore reflects upon itself, and this reflection causes an image of itself to be formed. And as the mind of God is so powerful, this image takes on an objective existence. Anything that God thinks is. Thus, the whole of manifestation could be conceived of as the thought process of God. We are such stuff as dreams are made on. I believe that's Shakespeare. But if you have the book, I think that would be one to highlight and notate. Chapter 7, and that was verse number 4. Yeah. Okay, since I got the board out, I might as well draw it. That image of the macroprosopis, it's something like this. All right, you got this old dude with a beard, and he's coming up out of the water. All right, he's pressing up against it. Right, and then what we see on the other side of the water is a reflection of that very same image. Let me know if you guys have seen this before, because it's I guess a pretty, might be popular, might not. But I'm sure if you type in macroprosopis, you'll see this image. All right, and basically this is what he described there. And hear that sound? That's the water. That's the water. All right, so I'm gonna read that line again as you pay attention to that image there. Yeah, Stray Panther 79 says, I've seen that before. Right. Alright, so, again, like he was saying, he was rising up out of the water, and yeah, I'll just read the whole thing again, because that's pretty important. To use the language of metaphorical symbolism, one could say that the Godhead manifests a vast countenance from the nothing of the great unmanifest. So look, we've got that nothing, that great unmanifest, right? Triple blackness. Now, what happens is it concretes a center, which is Kether. It rises up out of it, seemingly from up out of nothing. I'll continue. The Godhead manifests a vast countenance from the nothing of the great unmanifest. It is therefore alone and self-created, with nothing else in manifestation to attract its attention. There's nothing else here but Kether. There's nothing but Kether, with nothing else in manifestation to attract its attention. It therefore reflects upon itself, and this reflection causes an image of itself to be formed, right? And as the mind of God is so powerful, this image takes on an objective existence. Anything that God thinks is. Thus, the whole of manifestation could be conceived of as the thought process of God. Whoa. And then the question that he asked a few pages ago was, at which perspective are you looking? Are you looking at the creation from the perspective of the creation or the perspective of the creator? Interesting, right? Let's get back to it. Number 5, it is this first projection of an idea of itself that is what we call the Sephirah Chokmah. I haven't looked at it like that. It is the action of the mind of God in manifestation. And this great image of God, being a perfect image, is also self-conscious, so that a great polarity of mutual recognition is set up between Kether and Chokmah. As God in Kether becomes aware of the image of itself in Chokmah, so does its own mentation change, thus producing a change in its image. Chokmah, which again produces a change in Kether, and so on ad infinitum. So we're looking at awareness and attention and consciousness bouncing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth between Kether and Chokmah. Right? So we started as a point, we started as nothingness, something that's literally unimaginable. And from that nothing came a smooth point, a concretion of attention, of existence, right? And that swirling emerged as if we had to conceptualize God as some kind of infinite being, arise from the depths of nothing and looked at the reflection of the water. And we saw this in the Ladder of Lights also, how God looked at the water and exclaimed something like James Brown, like, "Hey, I feel good," right? But what he just described here is the experience of Chokmah, because this is just layers of experience, layers of density. This still exists, but our attention is now here. Eventually our attention is going to go here, and we're going to bring the attention down all the way here. But all these exist simultaneously, right? Simultaneously. As he said on the last page, we're looking at the thought process of God. So as this point exists, now that we're here, this point is now looking at this point. And there's this weird exchange going on, because as this sees this, the thought process changes in here. And because this is a reflection of that, since the thought process changed here, guess what? The thought process changes here as well. Now it observes it in its new state. And that continuous change, it's a rapid zooming up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down of constant change. Constant change. It's almost like when you have your phone camera or a video camera and you point it at a mirror with a mirror behind it. Eventually it looks like an infinite mirror. Have you guys seen that before? Good stuff. Good stuff. Number 6, the Lord our God is a living God. The mysteries of this great primal polarity are a part of the great 11th path of concealed glory, which leads between Chokmah and Kether, and whose tarot symbol is perhaps the profoundest in the whole pack, the Fool. So that up and down, the path there between Kether and Chokmah is the Fool tarot card. This is going a whole lot longer than I anticipated. I'm not so sure that we will do Binah. We'll do Chokmah though. Let's keep going. Stuff Dog says, I was just doing the mirror thing with my phone the other day showing my son, LOL. Wow. Nice, nice. Okay, so that reflective bouncing process that I mentioned, that is the experience of this path, the Fool Tarot card. So I wonder how that relates. Let's find out. Let's see what it says here on number 7. It may be noticed that we refer to God as it. This is not meant in an attempt to reduce the universe to a conception of mechanics, though mechanics, like geometry, can give a useful field of symbolism. God geometrizes. But because God is the great androgyne, both masculine and feminine, and yet transcending them, it is in view of this pure prime reflection of the Godhead, Kether, that the Yetziratic text describes Chokmah as the crown of creation, the splendor of unity, equaling it. It is exalted above every head, and is named by Kabbalists the second glory. It also explains the nature of the spiritual experience of Chokmah, the vision of God face to face. It is unlikely that any living person could attain to such a high mystic vision, for as is said in the Bible in several places, no man can look upon the face of God and live. And when one realizes how difficult it is for man to look upon himself as he really is, one can imagine how much more of a shattering experience it would be to look upon his Creator. However, the parallel is not exact, for man finds it difficult to look upon himself because of the tawdry shabbiness of his own sins. Whereas the vision of God face to face would be a realization of searing, omnipotent perfection or naked truth. Yet, as man is built in the image of God, he has his own in the end. But what stops him is his own self-made blockages, the barriers he has created within himself through his deviation from the divine plan. Thus, he has first to face his own dweller on the threshold, to disperse his own shadow and false darkness, before he can go on, eventually to face the light. The light that is usually referred to in religious writings is that of Tifereth. And the facing of the dweller comes on the paths between Tifereth and Geburah. Ain't that the Devil Tarot card? Ain't that the Devil Tarot card? No. That's Justice. That's the Justice Tarot card. The Scales of Justice. So the light that is usually referred to in religious writings is that of Tifereth, and the facing of the dweller comes on the paths between Tifereth and Geburah, and Geburah and Chesed, far below the exalted visions of Chokmah. And we know that the path between Geburah and Chesed is the Strength Tarot card. 10. In further confirmation of this analysis of Chokmah, its virtue is devotion. And one can imagine that any vision of God face to face would impel devotion. At such a high level of mystical realization as this, there could be no evil manifesting. And so, as with Kether, there is no vice assigned to Chokmah. And looking at the world today, it is pretty obvious that general conditions are so tainted that no one could live an active life without dirtying his hands spiritually in some way. The only exception being one such as our Lord. So if anyone claims to be of the esoteric grade of Magus or Episimus, the grades assigned to Chokmah and Kether, he proclaims himself either as a Christ, a liar, or a fool. And if in justification, he should say that the assignation of the path between Chokmah and Kether is the fool, then he is further guilty of a sheer ignorant abuse of symbolism. It is the meaning behind symbolism that is important, not the mere outward form of the symbol, as we must realize if we are to understand the phallic symbolism of Chokmah and the yonic symbolism of Binah correctly. Ooh. So if anyone claims to be of the esoteric grade of Magus or Episimus, the grades assigned to Chokmah and Kether, he proclaims himself either a Christ, a liar, or a fool. I love it. The positive masculine side of Chokmah is the All-Father, as is suggested by the magical image of a bearded male figure, and the subsidiary title of the supernal Father. The name of God in the sphere of Chokmah is Jehovah, or, as it appears in transliterated Hebrew script, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. Much has been written on this name. Come on. Blurry phone. There we go. What the hell? There we go. Okay, much has been written on this name, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. It is the pedantic Kabbalist's delight. It is this particular name of which it is said that were it to be pronounced correctly, the universe would be destroyed. It is not recommended that students attempt the experiment, as their vocal cords will be worn out with effort long before the attempted cataclysm is achieved. Silence will come upon them, but not the unmanifest silence. This should tie into what we were just reading about mantras, remember? 13. The more credible idea, and that's in the book Mantra and Yantra that we're studying, Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati, chapter 2, went really deep on that. Right? Nada, the vibration that is imperceptible to physical ears, right? And even as he said earlier, he said what I've been saying about the symbols. What did he say? What did he say? It is the meaning behind the symbolism that is important, not the mere outward form of the symbol, right? It's the meaning, not the outward form. That's what I mean when I say the difference between the expression and the essence. The more credible idea behind this story is that anyone able to function in the Sephirah Chokmah, which is the sphere of the vision of God face to face, would be, through the absolute purity of devotion of this experience, drawn into union with God, and would thus, from the point of view of manifestation, no longer exist. He would attain an entirely noumenal rather than phenomenal reality, and thus his own manifest universe would be destroyed. This is not to deny that there is a great power behind certain words, particularly holy names. On the contrary, there is often great power. That is what the names are for, and they should not be used indiscriminately. There are many words of power in occultism which are kept as guarded secrets for this reason. Mantras, mantras, mantras. This is not only for fear that someone might do himself harm by using them foolishly, but such foolish use would also tend to disperse their power. It is really for the same reason that one would not use an altar covering for a dish wiping cloth. Can you imagine doing that? Orthodox Jews do not pronounce the name of God when reading from their texts, but either make a pause or substitute another word. Although this might facilely be considered superstition, it is really an act of reverence, and reverence should be paid to occult symbols if one is to make best use of them, and words are also symbols. Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, or IHVH or YHVH, the Hebrew letter Yod being transliterated as J, I, or Y by various authorities. Like the god name of Kether, Eheye, Aleph Hey Yod Hey, is a tetragrammatonic or four-letter word which signifies the wow. And think about this: when people used to talk about four-letter words, they're usually cuss words, and they're four-letter words, words that people didn't really use publicly or in a professional setting, right? We usually just call it a four-letter word, or we come up with some uh, what's the word representation of it, like the F word or the N word or the S word, the C word, in a way that's kind of like the same thing we're doing here. It can be variously written in 12 different ways, and according to McGregor Mathers, all these transpositions retain the meaning be, a fact which is not applicable to any other word. The 12 permutations of the four letters are called the 12 banners of the mighty name, and are said by some to correspond with the 12 zodiacal signs. This theory is interesting in the light of the fact that the mundane chakra of Chokmah is the zodiac. The name can be interpreted symbolically in many ways, but the usual method is to equate it with the four worlds: Yod to Atziluth, He to Bria, Vau to Yetzirah, and the second He to Asaya. Once a grasp of the meaning of the Hebrew letters is attained, there is great scope for metaphysical speculation in this one word. But it is a line of research for specialists and so cannot be entered upon in the present context. As regards the practical pronunciation of the word, it is really a matter of personal choice. The usual forms are Jehovah or Yahweh, or the spelling out of each letter. Yod, He, Vau, He. Sometimes the word tetragrammaton is substituted for it. McGregor Mathers claimed to know over 20 different ways of saying it, but there are no prizes offered for exceeding this score. Nuru says, no one can look on the face of God and live might simply mean that to live is to be in union, non-duality. Whereas being born is not living, but is a reflection of life, which is us in God's state. Lance Benefield says, Abba, Abrasax. Oh yeah, you see he keeps coming up, right? Gerald Sombright Jr., greetings, greetings, peace and greetings. Tetragrammaton. Okay, so as regards, there's no prize offered for exceeding the score. The archangel of this Sephirah is Ratziel, and the title Ab or Abba, right, is perhaps of help in contacting this potency. These titles I believe when Christ was on the cross and they talked about his last words, he said, Father, why have you forsaken me? I might be wrong, but I believe the phrase he actually used was Abba. I think the actual Hebrew phrase he used was Abba. Was he calling out to Ratziel? I'll have to look into that. But yeah, the archangel of this Sephirah is Ratziel, and the title Ab or Abba is perhaps of help in contacting this potency. Was he calling out to Ratziel? Interesting. So how does that look on the tree? Father, why have you forsaken me? Tifereth on the cross calling out to Chokmah. What is this path? What is that path? So that's represented by the Emperor card. Okay. So 1, 11, 12, what is that? 15? That's the 15th path. I wonder what that one's called. Yeah. That's represented by the Emperor Tarot card. I wonder what that is called. Just taking a quick segue here, guys. Abba. Raziel. Father into your hands I commend my spirit. Father, into your hands, why have you forsaken me? In your eyes forsaken me, in your heart forsaken me. Do not forsaken me. That was a good song. Okay, so the 15th path. The 15th path is the constituting intelligence, so called because it constitutes the substance of creation in pure darkness, and men have spoken of these contemplations. It is said that the darkness is spoken of in Scripture, Job 38, verse 9, and thick darkness, a swaddling band for it. Bands that make good dance. Bands that make good dance. Interesting. I don't know, but let's keep going. Stony Stardust says, the wheel within the wheel. Absolutely. That's what we're dealing with right here. Abba. These titles, consisting of the first two letters of the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph and Beth, signify the formation of a second principle from the first principle, and the term Ab is thus the first coming forth of divine power, and Abba, its reflection. The archangel could be conceived as a gray pillar against a light blue background. A gray pillar against a light blue background. And the best source of the real quality of the colors is in the clouds in the sky on a bright day. This visual context will bring in the association of interstellar space, which is very pertinent in relation to the higher levels of the tree of life. Okay, all right. 19. Chapter 7, verse 19. Write that down. I'm writing that down because I'm noticing he's giving a visualization for the archangels themselves. And he doesn't say visualize a giant man with wings. He says envision a gray pillar against a light blue background. That's pretty abstract. But I'm going to mark that down for my notes. The order of angels is the Ophanium. Yay. Remember those guys. And remember that chart that I asked you guys to write down from Ladder of Lights. Right? So we talked about Kether, Metatron, and the Chayoth HaKadesh. And he said a good visualization for them would be a swastika, and on each arm, you see one of the heads of the four living creatures. The bull, the lion, the man, and the eagle, spinning around infinitely fast. We just talked about Ratziel. Now we're about to talk about the Ophanim. The order of angels is the Ophanium, or wheels. Their color, an iridescent gray. The word gray is perhaps not a good one, as it contains an allusion to nondescriptness or dirtiness, but it is the nearest verbal equivalent to the real color intended. The description of this order of angels as wheels gives the conception of cyclic attraction, cyclic action, unending power through motion, and an idea of their mode of being can perhaps best be obtained by contemplating the eternal wheeling of the stars in the night sky. For the mundane chakra of Chokmah is the zodiac. The white flecked red and yellow and blue, the white flecked red, yellow, and blue, which is the color assigned to Asaya, also suggests the stars, which appear white to the naked eye, though many are red, yellow, or blue on closer examination. One way of building an image of the Ophanim would be to picture whirling gray iridescent wheels against a background of the night sky. One of the subsidiary symbols, perhaps the simplest, is the straight line, which gives the idea of the point, a symbol of Kether, now in dimensional motion. Remember we talked about this right here, the reflection? Right? This is the nothingness. and then Kether rising up out of that nothingness with nothing else to look at or pay attention to or even realize. So the first thing Kether does is look down upon its own reflection. And as soon as it sees its reflection, it has thoughts about it. And as soon as that happens, the reflection changes, because now the reflection is what it was seeing plus the thoughts about it. And that change is going back and forth, back and forth. So it goes from a point now to a line, back and forth, a straight line. That's the only motion that's happening at this level of density. Chokmah, right? Lance Spinnenfeld says, I'm a devotee to Abrasax, and one day, a couple of years ago, a voice in my head said, Abba. I said, Abba, and it said, yes, call me Abba. Interesting. Interesting. Lance Spinnenfeld says, I have some oil of Rasio that someone made for me. Didn't know that he was connected to Abrasax. Man. I tell you what. I tell you what. Jesus on the main line, tell him what you want. Oh, Jesus on the main line, tell him what you want. All right, where was I? Yeah, so we talked about the line, symbol of Kether. On the subsidiary symbols, perhaps the simplest is the straight line, which gives the idea of the point, a symbol of Kether, now in dimensional motion, up, down, back and forth. 22. The letter Yod, the first letter in the god name of Chokmah, is the letter signifying initiatory fecundating power, right? Initiating fertilization, basically. Muslim mystic. Peace and greetings, bro. Peace and greetings. So the letter Yod, as he has said at least 3 times previously now, represents the fertilizing aspect. Yod, that's a letter that means like fertilization is taking place. So anytime you see Yod, that means the seed is planted, right? So the letter Yod, the first letter of the god name of Chokmah, which is Yod He Vav He Tetragrammaton, is the letter signifying initiatory fecundating, which means fertilizing power. The Hebrew symbol for the letter Yod is the hand. Crowley has considered this to be a euphemism for the male sperm, and there is much to be said for this interpretation, but it also signifies the hand of God which stretches forth and sets creation in motion. The painting of the creation of Adam by Michelangelo, the one that I have on my wall, that you guys have seen many times, you know, not just on my wall, but in the world at large, where they're both reaching out with their finger, right? The painting of the creation of Adam by Michelangelo in the Sistine Chapel gives a good visual conception of this. This is further expanded by the title, The Power of Yetzirah, or The Power of Formation, for it is the power of Chokmah which animates all subsequent form. 23. The inner robe of glory is one of a series of symbols or titles which conceives of the various Sephiroth as having correspondences in the technical equipment of a ritual magician. The meaning intended here is that God is a great magician bringing higher powers down into lower forms. Thus, the tarot card, the magician, is assigned to the path between Kether and Binah. So that right there might be something to mark down, right? Because he's giving you a little bit of background on why the tarot cards are associated with the paths. So since we are currently talking about Chokmah and also a little bit about Kether, we can't help but talk about Binah because they're all connected. It's all about the relationships. So as we see here, from Kether to Chokmah, that's represented by the Fool Tarot card, right? Now also what we see from Kether to Binah, that's represented by the Magician card. So, he's talking about the inner robe of glory is one of a series of symbols or titles which conceives of the various Sephiroth as having correspondences in the technical equipment of a ritual magician. So in other words, as a ritual magician, you're going to have certain tools to do your thing. One of them is an inner robe of glory. Supposedly you put on a robe when you're doing your rituals, a robe or a cloak or whatever have you, right? Somebody commented once on my videos like, the real ones don't play dress up. And I commented, you're exactly right. At least that's what he's going to believe, no matter what. But anyways, the inner robe of glory, that's one of a series of symbols or titles which conceives of the various Sephiroth as having correspondences and the technical equipment of a ritual magician. The meaning intended here is that God is a great magician bringing higher powers down into lower forms, thus the tarot card. That's what the magician does, bringing higher powers down into lower forms. So the magician is assigned to the path between Kether and Binah, the godhead and the archetypal idea of form, right? So that's why the path between Kether and Binah is the magician card, because that's represented as bringing down the higher powers and bringing them into form. Form, in this particular symbolism, is said to be the outer robe of concealment, but as Chokmah is above even the idea of form, right? Now check out what's going on here, because he's just describing it, so you got to keep up. Kether to Binah that's the magician card, but Chokmah is above that. It's above this also. This is beyond form. What we're talking about in Chokmah is beyond form, but he's just setting up the explanation of that tarot card. But even Chokmah is above form, because Chokmah is the force. That reflection going back and forth, that's pure force. Meanwhile, over here is form, which we will get to as we wrap this up. Muslim Mystic says Yod He Vav He is like a seed sound. Absolutely. And we're studying the science of mantra at the same time as this. And that's exactly what it is. They say the secret name of God, and if it's pronounced, it'll destroy creation. Yes, but that's not going to be an English word or a Hebrew word. Just like a Bij mantra isn't a word, but it's a representation of a vibration. Lam, Ham, Yam, Ram, Om, Klim, all of them. Those aren't words. Those are representations of specific vibrations that are a direct connection to a specific source. Right? Likewise, Tetragrammaton, Yod He Vav He, the name of God, is a seed sound. But it looks like these guys aren't sharing which vibration it is exactly. Ashley Amen says, "Hi, love. I'm so happy to catch you live. You're so damn knowledgeable. I always love hearing from you. Hope all is well." All is well. Thank you very much. Good to see you as well. Oh yeah. Levon asks, is Abraxas similar to Thoth? Lance Benefield, our resident Abraxas expert, says Abraxas is a more ancient form of Thoth, or Janthi. I haven't heard that name before. I'll have to look into that. Janthi. Write that down. DJANTHI. Gerald Tombrett says, nice ring, Trav. Thank you. I'm very happy about it. Muslim Mystic says, so basically you can say vibrations to open a portal. I could say yes, but I guess that would depend on your definition of portal. But yes, the mantras, as stated by Swami Nirajananda Saraswati in his book Mantra and Yantra, he says that mantras are vibrations that influence the elements, right? So mantras are vibrations that influence the elements. So I guess you could define that as a portal, but I guess in its rawest description, those vibrations change the building blocks of what everything is constructed of. We Grow Natural says, greetings to everyone. Happy to catch you live. Greetings. Good to see you. Well, let's keep going here, talking about Chokmah. So, form in this particular symbolism, because we're talking about the magician card, and how the magician card is represented as the path between Kether and Binah, but we're talking about Chokmah in this chapter. Chokmah is above Binah in its level of density, and force and form. What was it? Yeah, the magician reference here is talking about the function of transmuting form by pulling down higher forces, higher energies, higher vibrations. Really what we just talking about, mantras and other things that can do that. But Chokmah is above you in that whole process, because Chokmah is above form. Chokmah is pure force. Let's continue and see what he says about that. But form in this particular symbolism is said to be the outer robe of concealment. But as Chokmah is above even the idea of form, and yet is not Godhead itself, though a reflection of it, it is naturally called the inner robe of glory. The remaining symbols are phallic or phallic derivatives and signify the male principle of the universe or the universal male. The subject of sexual symbolism in religion is a vast one, overlaid with many false trails and confusing ramifications. The fact that many of the visions of the saints are expressed in sexual symbolism has led some to infer that religion is nothing more than a sublimated expression of inhibited sexual desire. This, of course, may be true up to a point, and many of the saints were probably pathological, but this by no means proves the thesis, which is indeed that most treacherous of things, a half-truth. Sexuality is a means of expression of the life force within a person, just as any other creative activity is, whether it be in religion, art, or an executive capacity in the fields of science or commerce. And if the life force is blocked off on one level, it will seek expression on another. This life force is often confused with sexual force, for sexual expression is common to all mankind, being rooted in the instincts, but it must be remembered that sex is a function, not a force. Sex is a function, not a force, even though life force usually seeks this means of expression as the line of least resistance. This correlates and reminds me of the awakening of Kundalini energy, right? As you start doing work on the chakras and clearing the pathways of the nadis, right, the different channels, as that energy begins to rise, the first thing it starts to wake up is sexual energy, sexual potency. And what most people do is instantly start expressing that. But that can kind of be a self-defeating loop, because now the focus is gradually being taken away from your practice onto sexual gratification, and it kind of stops there. So it does take a level of non-attachment all the way through. And when I say non-attachment, I mean being able to maintain your frame, maintain your course of direction without being influenced by what's going on within and without, right? The goal wasn't to wake up sexual energy. So we have to stick to whatever the goal is, whatever the frame of mind is that's leading you toward the essence of what you're looking for. So yeah, if you're doing this right, one of the things that very well may happen to you is a heightened state of arousal more frequently. but please don't get stuck there. Unless that's what you want. You know, maybe that's what you came to do. I don't know. Let's continue. Because like it says, I'll read that line again. The life force is often confused with the sexual force, for sexual expression is common to all mankind, being rooted in the instincts. But it must be remembered that sex is a function, not a force. Even though life force usually seeks this means of expression as the line of least resistance. It is this life force on all its levels which the correspondence of the life force of God in Chokmah. Life force upwells originally from the unmanifest, not from the physical. Life force upwells originally from the unmanifest, not from the physical. This fact is not immediately obvious because there are two threads of life in an organism. One is the life thread and the other is the consciousness thread. Okay. Esoteric psychology teaches that when an entity such as man comes into incarnation, the relatively immortal part of himself, variously called the higher self, evolutionary self, the soul, etc., projects a rod or thread-like process into the lower levels, which forms the basis of personality. And this develops a life of its own and is kept alive by means of this life thread, which has been described as a silver cord, not only in the Bible, but also in recorded experiences of etheric projection, the details of which are available in many books on psychical research. As the personality develops towards maturity, the higher self begins to take over to a greater or usually lesser extent. And this is by means of opening up the thread of consciousness between the two levels of being. Uh-oh. That's a heavy one if you're ready for it. That was verse number 27. To be honest, I think 25 through 27 is a big deal, but I'm going to put 25 and 27. Yeah. If you got the teeth to chew on that one, that's another good bite right there. '28. The aim of esoteric training is to make this dual consciousness a single reality, right? Isn't that called yoga, right? The aim of esoteric training is to make this dual consciousness a single reality. The consciousness of the lower self is raised by means of meditation, contemplation, and prayer. And the higher self is brought down by attention, intention, and, in the West, ritual methods. If I have any students of my class in the building, I think some of this stuff should really be making sense. And if you are a student, give me a what's up. I see naturally natured. Oh yeah. As the lower self may not be, for varying reasons, an accurate projection of the higher self, there will be natural limits to the extent that this ideal can be achieved. The lack of a conscious link between the two levels is one of the results of man's original sin. But whatever the cause is, it can be seen that it is because of this occluded link that man has such a limited idea of his own psychology and normally no awareness of any existence before his present physical life. Man. Okay, I'll read it one more time. The aim of esoteric training is to make this dual consciousness a single reality. The consciousness of the lower self is raised by means of meditation, contemplation, and prayer. So check this out, the lower self and the higher self. He says that really to flesh this out, let me go back. Because this is the verse I had to write down. Worth it too. We're talking about the life force. He said in 27, this fact is not immediately... Life force upwells originally from the unmanifest, not from the physical. This fact is not immediately obvious because there are two threads of life in an organism. One is the life thread, the other is the consciousness thread. All right, so two threads, the life thread and the consciousness thread. This reminds me also of yesterday, that diagram that I drew. There's two levels of everything, the transcendental level and the gross level. The gross level is highly dependent upon that individual experience of the thing. The transcendental level is all inclusive of everything, subjective and objective. Let's keep going. Esoteric, one is the life thread, one is the consciousness thread. Esoteric psychology teaches that when an entity such as a man comes into incarnation, the relatively immortal part of himself, variously called the higher self, evolutionary self, the soul, etc., that self projects a rod or a thread-like process into the lower levels, from which forms the basis of personality. And this develops a life of its own, and is kept alive by means of this life thread, which has been described as a silver cord. Ego, by the way, the function of ahamkara. That's what he's talking about there. Or we can even say the inner instrument, right? Ahamkara, buddhi, manas, chitta. Man, this is good stuff. But yeah, it develops a life of its own. And he talks about how that silver cord has been described not only in the Bible, but also in experiences of etheric projection, the details of which are available in many books on psychical research. As the personality develops toward maturity, the higher self begins to take over to a greater or usually lesser extent. And this is by means of opening up the thread of consciousness between the two levels of being. In other words, as the personality reaches upward, as that ego, as that antakarana, right? As the four aspects of the inner instrument that we learned about in these yoga science books. I know some people are kind of new, but most of you guys should know this because I talk about it so many times. This is taught with Shruti right here, talking about these four different aspects, the antakarana. And she says here, antakarana is the tool through which consciousness is playing its cosmic game, Leela. Consciousness is the same in everyone, pure, effulgent, radiant. How it expresses itself depends on the precision, clarity, and perception of the medium through which it plays its game. And we know that that inner tool, antakarana, individual mind, right? It's a combination of two words, inner and instrument. But she said it's comprised of four faculties: buddhi, which is intellect; ahamkara, which is ego; manas, which is thought and counterthought; and chitta, which is memory. Everybody's memory, or what we would call the subconscious mind. But she says here, according to Tantra and Yoga, these four principles constitute the medium through which consciousness acts. All right? So what he's talking about here is that there's two threads of life, one thread of consciousness and one thread of life force. Maybe we could correlate that life force to prana, because it is in the increasing of prana that you begin to meet the higher self. Wow. But that higher self begins to reach downward and attempt to connect with and link with that lower aspect of the antakarana. And he says, as the personality develops toward maturity, the higher self begins to take over, right? The higher self begins to take over to a greater or usually lesser extent. And this is by means of, how do you do it? By opening up the thread of consciousness between the two levels of being. The thread of consciousness, we just talked about and taught with Shruti just then, chapter 7. That thread of consciousness is represented by the inner tool, the inner instrument, the antakarana. That's the medium through which consciousness interacts with the physical plane. So as we open up that thread, that silver cord, the higher self begins to take over more. This is exactly what I teach in my course. The aim of esoteric training is to make this dual consciousness a single reality, right? You want to make those two aspects, the higher and the lower, a single reality. By the way, remember this diagram, right? All right, we're going on 4 hours. I guess we'll go all the way through. The aim of esoteric training is to make this dual consciousness a single reality. The consciousness of the lower self is raised. How do we raise the consciousness of the lower self? How exactly do we do that, Travis? Are we just talking about it, or how do we actually do it? Look, the consciousness of the lower self is raised by means of meditation, contemplation, and prayer, which we could substitute for, or at least we could call, in other words, affirmations and even mantras. Right? And check this out. So as the lower self is reaching up through meditation, contemplation, and prayer, which is meditation, dharana, and mantra. The higher self is brought down by attention, intention, and ritual methods. As the lower self may not be, for various reasons, an accurate projection of the higher self, there will be natural limits to the extent that this ideal can be achieved, right? The lack of a conscious link between the two levels is one of the results of man's original sin. But which also is falling into a physical incarnation and believing that you're the physical incarnation. But whatever the cause is, it can be seen that it is because of this occluded link that man has such a limited idea of his own psychology and normally no awareness of any existence before his present physical life. 29. On the Tree of Life, used as a symbol of man's psychology, the link is made at Tifereth, the central Sephirah. So normally, man is not conscious of anything above this level. Remember I said that earlier? Nothing new under the sun. And for the mass majority of people, they're not going to get to this level, let alone this level of awareness, right? We're talking a very low percentage, right? Less than 20%, probably 10%, right? And this whole thing is an equation. There has to be a balance. So the whole thing is an equation, right? Vilon Zay, peace and greetings. Vilon Zay says, I can't miss a thing when Travis is reading. Everything just feels too crucial and interesting. I feel like I have to replay if I leave, LOL. Yeah, man, it really gets that way. It really gets that way. This is serious stuff. This is the whole point of all this stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and write that down because I already can see that this line is an important one. Chapter 7, line 29. Let's see what he says here. On the Tree of Life, used as a symbol of man's psychology, the link is made at Tifereth. All right, what's the link we're talking about? The link between the higher self and the lower self. Like, that's what we're trying to do here. The lower self reaches up through meditation, contemplation, and prayer. The higher self reaches down by attention, intention, and ritual. I'm reading fast because, I'm trying to get through the material, but this is very important stuff. So don't think because I'm reading it fast is not important. I'm also excited to connect these dots. But on the Tree of Life, used as a symbol of man's psychology, the link, that link we just talked about, is made at Tifereth, the central Sephirah. So normally, man is not conscious of anything above this level. Indeed, his whole conception of himself must be less than half truth. But it can be seen then how easily he can make the mistake of assigning the forces which stem from Chokmah and Kether to the drive of the instincts, which correspond to the Sephirah of Yesod. Because unless he is guided by faith, he will consider he does not exist above the levels of Hod and Netzach, the Sephiroth of the mind and creative imagination, respectively. So, to avoid this mistake, we must remember that in religious and presented by actual representations of the genitalia, it is obvious that human nature being what it is, most of them would decline into orgy. In many cases, this may have been deliberate by the priesthood, for frenzied orgy gives off great quantities of raw emotion and etheric extrusion, which can be directed occultly. Yes, it can. This is the rationale behind the witches' Sabbats, which also used blood sacrifice as a source of raw power. If you guys pay attention to our practice of etheric catalysis in the class, that's what we're talking about as far as that raw power of the stomach chakra, right? Look at what he's talking about. He's talking about using the etheric energy and directing it. Man, tried to tell him. I really tried to tell him. Needless to say, such methods are not used in esoteric groups nowadays, apart from in black and dirty gray lodges. Although they are no doubt effective methods, apart from the social and legal difficulties of organizing such a procedure, the degradation of human individuality involved could not be countenanced. Where etheric force is needed, It is to be obtained much more salubriously. That's a word, salubriously. I'm gonna have to write that down because I've never heard that before. Salubriously. That word just sounds slippery. Although there are no doubt effective methods, apart from the social and legal difficulties of organizing such a procedure, the degradation of human individuality involved could not be countenanced. Where etheric force is needed, it is to be obtained much more salubriously and simply by having a group of people sitting quietly in a circle so that their etheric force is concentrated. That's much more potent than an orgy. Stony Stardust Tarot says Abba is Greek for father. I believe Apostle Paul was referring to this as he was Hellenistic Jew, remember? Absolutely, absolutely. So it connects. It connects. Salubriously. So notice that he says here, having a group of people sitting quietly in a circle so that their etheric force is concentrated. It's going to be a bit more potent, and also, what's the word? Efficient. It's also going to be more efficient, right? This is the technique of the seance table in spiritualism. The power to move light objects, such as paper trumpets and similar paraphernalia, comes from the sitters themselves or from an ectoplasmic medium, that is, a person with an unusually high degree of free etheric magnetism. Even this method is not generally used in esoteric training groups, though, for their aim is the development of higher consciousness, not the manifestation of apparent wonders to the lower consciousness. And where messages are concerned, telepathic contact is far superior to the Ouija board or planchette, and easier to operate than the technique of deep trance. In view of the dangers of direct phallic symbolism, it can be seen that the reason. So Vilonze is talking about the orgy. He kind of got stuck at that part. Well, yeah. In case you don't know, there have been people who do this, right? They get a little bit of information, and like he says here, in many cases, this may have been deliberate by the priesthood, for frenzied orgy gives off great quantities of raw emotion and etheric extrusion, which can be directed occultly. And he says also here, this is the rationale behind the witches' Sabbats, which also used blood sacrifice as a source of raw power. That happened. Those are things that happen, right? Can't deny that. We've seen that all throughout history. What he also says, though, that's not going to be the most efficient way to do it. In view of the dangers of direct phallic symbolism, it can be seen that the reasons for the derivatives of it are not just prudery. In the course of time, the principle became symbolized. In the course of time, the principle became symbolized in such forms as the standing stone, the tower, the wand, the snake, the bull, the goat, the cock, and the spire, etc. It may be rather maliciously assuming to speculate how many good churchgoers realize the origin of the cockerel on top of their church. How many of you guys have seen that rooster in association with Jesus and Christianity? Well, now you know it's a symbol for Chokmah, and and there you go. Also, it's no surprise that that's one of the slang terms for the penis, right? So there we go. Now that's also a connection. All right. right, so what did it say there? Is that quote? It said, it may be rather maliciously assuming to speculate how many good churchgoers realize the origin, right? Or as the cock which crowed 3 times for Peter. And we also talked about how Peter represents Jupiter on this here tree, right? We got the Christ aspect, we got the Peter, Jupiter, Chesed, Raziel, also known as Abba, Christ on the Christ. Abba, Abba, why have thou forsaken me? This is the path of the emperor. But one must not make the error of thinking that the original idea is purely sexual. The original idea is the creative power of God. And anyone who is disposed to try to reduce religious ideas to mere sexual projections is counseled to take to heart the 38th chapter of Job, where the Lord, answering Job out of the whirlwind, thundered, "Who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? Gird up now thy loins like a man, for I will demand of thee, and answer thou me. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding. Who has laid the measure thereof, if thou knowest? Or who hath stretched the line upon it? Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened? Or who laid the cornerstone thereof? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy." In other words, God is saying to him, who made all this? Where were you when I laid down the foundations? Where the fuck y'all was at when I was at the bottom, coming up for the top? Who the fuck y'all was at? Right? He's asking him, who do you know who I am and what I have done? Do you even know how to do you even know how I did all this? Right? Who is it that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? Who is it that is funkying up the waters with their ignorance, right? Gird up now thy loins like a man, for I will demand of thee, and answer thou me. Stand up like a man, because I'm about to check you, son. I'm about to check you, right? Who built all this, bro? Who did all this? Do you even manifest, bro? Chapter 33. This passage, apart from its literal meaning, is full of Chokmah symbolism. In the pagan mythologies, obviously, all the great father figures can be referred to Chokmah, and in their higher aspects, all the Priapic gods, such as Pan. And Priapus was a Greek god who had a massive penis, and it was always erect. But all this relates to Chokmah, and it relates to fertility, right? And its ability to create. But perhaps the best god form to meditate upon is that of Pallas Athene, the virgin goddess of wisdom, who sprang fully armed from the brow of Zeus, much as Chokmah sprang from the reflection of Kether. The meaning of the title Chokmah is wisdom, or, if the Egyptian god forms are preferred, her Egyptian counterpart is Isis Urania, can be used winged to show her cosmic affinities, and with the disk of Sothis above her head. Both goddesses can be visualized against a background of the night sky, and this idea of cosmic reality can be assisted by putting the earth into this picture and the form that it really is, a sphere spinning and spiraling through interstellar space. Heavy stuff. Heavy stuff. Well, look, I'm attempting to tackle 50 pages at a time, because this is a teaching that actually spans 2 whole books. So I'm not trying to stretch that out all year long. I'm trying to dig through it so that I can add it to my understanding. So we're going to do one more chapter. We're going to go through Binah, and this is going to cover the entire Upper Triad, right? So we've done the negative veils of existence. We've done Kether. We've just finished Chokmah. Wow, and you can even kind of hear Chokmah there. Interesting. Interesting. and all the phallic symbolism of that sphere. Now we're moving to the other side, Binah. So keep in mind, this is the true nature of divine masculine and divine feminine. Nothing to do with no human stuff. No human stuff. That was the divine masculine. Now we're moving on to the divine feminine. Literally the lingam, the penis. Literally. And then over here is the yoni. Literally the vagina. The womb, I should say. Not necessarily the vagina, but the womb. Right? The whole thing. So we've got that androgynous nature of the most high, the crown, which splits now into its polarities of masculine and feminine, electric and projecting, feminine and receiving, magnetic, right? Nothing to do with no type of human personality, no type of human cultural stuff, right? So any of that stuff we're seeing on social media, that's not it. That's a very basic human understanding of humanity. We're talking about cosmic principles, right? We're talking about something divine. So let's keep going. Let's keep going. We got 40 people in the building. I appreciate you guys being here. You know, you could be spending your night anywhere else, but instead you're learning about possibly the greatest thing there is to learn about, which is yourself and the universe. So I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here. Learning you something. Learning you something. Go ahead and smash that like button if you haven't hit it already. And honestly, simply, it's not just because I want to feel good with a bunch of likes. Yeah, no, it's not just that. This platform, this app, this whole thing operates on an algorithm, and it is affected by watch time. It's affected by likes and comments in the chat. So you giving the like to this video, it helps. It really does help. It helps, you know, helps the algorithm see that this content is worth watching. So thank you for that as well. All right, guys, so we're on this last chapter. We've been going for 4 whole hours. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a very quick break. Please bear with me. I'll be right back. I'm not going to keep you waiting for more than like a minute or so. So just hold on. Oakley Dokley, thank you for being patient. I have arrived. Okay. All right. Vylon says the Washington Monument appears to be a shout out to Chokmah. Interesting, interesting. Minuit asks, is this book by Dion Fortune? No, this book is written by one of her associates by the name of Gareth Knights. He actually recently passed, which is why I decided to read this book earlier than the other one we were going to read. The author is Gareth Knights. But this book does go hand in hand with Mystical Kabbalah, written by Dion Fortune. They come from the same school. All right. The title of this book is the same as the title of this video, A Practical Guide to Kabbalistic Symbolism, book number 1. It's actually 2 books. Again, that's why I said I'm trying to tackle 4 chapters at a time so we can get through both books. The first whole book is about the spheres. The second whole book is about the paths. So we're going to wrap up tonight's study with chapter 8, which is Binah. And thus we will have effectively covered the entire Upper Triad, which is also known as the supernal triangle. So we even covered the Ein Sof, R, and we learned something very relevant about the spinning motion of these 3 levels of nothingness, which have compressed a center which Kether emerged from the nothingness. And as that emerged from the nothingness, looks at its reflection of self, and that reflection of self now causes a new reaction in Kether, which causes a new reaction in the reflection, which causes a reaction, and that intense energy is going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Now, eventually what's going to happen, as we're going to read, is that intensity is going to overflow and spill out over here into a third. So we got that masculine energy of putting forth, right? Boom, right? The masculine aspect. The feminine aspect now is brought into existence to receive that, right? So now it started as a point, as a dot. As the dot emerged, it saw its reflection. Now it's a line. 2 points make a line. What's going to happen now is that this masculine energy now it has set balance into unbalance, right? And now this whole machine has to balance itself. That's just how it exists. So because that masculine aspect of electricity going back and forth has been created, now magnetism has to happen to receive that. So now we go from a point to a line to a triangle. Do you see how how sacred geometry is actually working here? The point, number 1, 2 points make a line, 3 points make a triangle, right? So now we're starting with androgynous, then it breaks into masculine, then it breaks into feminine. You'll see this reflected in the book of Genesis, where God created the world from the void, right? He said it was good. Then he creates Adam. Adam is like, I'm lonely here. Then he creates Eve. He takes Eve out of the rib, right? That's what's happening here. And likewise in the Samkhya study, we've got the Brahman. Then there's a level of consciousness, and out of consciousness comes Prakriti, right? Mind and matter. And this simply reflects this, which is a reflection of what's happening in here. So you'll see how this all connects. We're going to cover this upper triad, and then we're going to wrap it up for tonight. Vilonze says, so we're always in communication with our higher self. In a way, yes. It could be more accurately said that the higher self is always in conversation with us. But it is highly likely that we, or you, or most people, 80-90% of people, aren't sensitized enough to be able to consciously and intentionally be a part of that conversation. For the most part, and I'm talking about the vast most part, most people are not aware of the conversation, so they're simply being pushed around like pawns on a chessboard. That's not a bad thing, that's just how it is. Autopilot, automatic, right? Just pushed along. But as you begin to sensitize yourself to the very subtle aspects of reality, now it becomes a conversation, because now you start to learn the language of that higher self. Like what he said here and a few pages ago: meditation, contemplation, prayer. These things are making you a little bit more sensitive to the subtle nature of reality. Without those types of practices, you're not going to become sensitive, right? You're going to you're going to have drama with people, watch Netflix and distract yourself, and eat unhealthy foods and live in a lifestyle that keeps you distracted from the subtle nature of reality. So that conversation is usually one-sided. Higher self directing the flow of its animal down below, which would be the human. Once the human begins to take his attention from being external and turn it inwards, once you turn that attention inwards, now you start to sensitize yourself to be able to understand the conversation that's happening. Then it becomes a two-way conversation. Levon says, I'm new, but does that back and forth relate to karma? Absolutely, absolutely. What we learned in the previous book, The Ladder of Lights, is that Chokmah is the sphere where karma originates. And that's exactly why. You're exactly right. That's where the flow begins. That's where that movement begins. That's where that imbalance. Now, since it's been in balance, it's forcing itself to balance. That's what the karma is. You're exactly right. So it happens on a level that's even so much more subtle than people realize. It has nothing to do with whether you did something good or bad. It happened at such a very simple, subtle level that by the time we become aware of it, it's already taken place. So yes, you're actually right. That's a really good question you just asked there, Levon. Good stuff, good stuff. So let's continue. We're on chapter 8, which is Binah Understanding. Let's break it down. And I know that you're new, and you're going to hear a lot of words that may be unfamiliar, but as long as you stick with this study and stay consistent, stick with this channel or stick with this subject matter, keep studying yourself, it's all going to become clear. So allow the abstract part of your mind to receive this information, and trust that if you don't consciously understand it yet, it will start to make sense down the line. Right? So just be eager to learn, and the subtle aspect of your abstract mind will help your logic mind to be able to process this information, right? Don't be discouraged. So here we go. The third path is called the sanctifying intelligence, the foundation of primordial wisdom. It is also called the creator of faith, and its roots are in Amen. It is the parent of faith, whence faith emanates. The magical image of Binah is a mature woman. By the way, for reference, this is what we're looking at here. Binah is this sphere here. We just talked about this one. Now we're here on this one. The magical image for Kether is a bearded king in profile. You see half of his face. Just like when we look up at the moon and we see the full moon, but there's a back side of the moon that we never see. It's facing the abyss. That's what's happening in Kether. We see the face in profile. We see half the face, but the other half we never see because it's facing the unmanifest, which is literally unimaginable to the human mind. The magical image for Chokmah here is a bearded king, but also a phallus, which is an erect penis. The magical image for this is an old woman, but also the womb and the vagina, right? This is what we're talking about now, the black sphere of the mother. So the magical image is a mature woman. The God name, the absolute level, is Jehovah Elohim. The archangel name, the Briatic level, is Zaphkiel. Zaphkiel is the archangel over the sphere. The order of angels, or the Yetziratic realm, that's the Aralim, the thrones. All right, and the mundane chakra, Saturn. That's the Asiatic level. So Saturn is the planet that's associated with this sphere. The virtue is silence. Shh. That's the virtue of this sphere. Titles. And the vice is avarice, right? The titles of this sphere: Amma, the dark, sterile mother; Ima, the bright, fertile mother; Corsia, the throne; Mara, the grandee. The spiritual experience of this is the vision of sorrow. I like this chapter because this is going to explain that popular image you might have seen of Mary, Mother Mary, holding Christ after he's crucified, not baby Jesus. There's a statue that you may have seen, and it's been in paintings too, where it shows Mary holding, after they take Jesus off the cross and she's holding him. That's a representation of this level. So it says here, the spiritual experience is the vision of sorrow. The Absolute color is crimson, the Briatic color is black, the Yetziratic color is dark brown, the Asiatic color is gray flecked with pink, vice, avarice. The symbols of this sphere: the Yoni, the Kethias, the Vessel Pisces, right? The cup, the chalice. These are all symbols for the womb, for the vagina. The outer robe of concealment. So, Binah is the first form Sephirah. That is, although it is far above any kind of form as we know it, there is implicit in it the archetype or idea of form. Form can be defined as the interlocking of free-moving force into patterns, which then operate as a unity. In this way, a unit of force no longer is unconditioned, but has to operate in conjunction with the other forces which go to make up the pattern of which it is a part. So what he's talking about here in that first verse is between the three pillars of this tree of life, this pillar is associated with force. This pillar is associated with form. Form is a dense aspect of force. Force is a subtle aspect of form. So what we're dealing with in this first sphere of form, this isn't necessarily any form that we can conceive of as far as any image or any shape or any type of idea or any type of consciousness that can be grasped by our very dense human understanding. But the seed of that is here. That's why the seed is one of the symbols. The seed of pattern is here. That's what it's talking about. The very origin of form, which is pattern, which is organization, right? And what we also notice here is it's not just a pattern, but it is all patterns and how they all fit and interlock with each other. A good visual of this could be if you look at an image of a moving fractal, right? Of a fractal. Maybe you've seen the videos on YouTube of like the Mandelbrot fractal or some other fractal. Infinitely reflected patterns, all moving and operating together. A lot like this tree. But anyways, force is unconditioned, right? It's free moving. However, by the time it condenses into the level of Binah here, that free moving force has now been ordered. It's been ordered now into different patterns. And these patterns, they operate as a unity, right? So each of these patterns operate in conjunction with the other patterns, with the other forces, which go to make up the pattern of which it is a part of. From this can be deduced the reason for evolutionary manifestation. Spiritual entities or divine sparks, although perfect, are incapable of growth in the perfectly free conditions of unmanifestation. So there is no growth in unmanifestation. There's no change whatsoever in unmanifestation. The change happens once we get to this point, which is the world of patterns and forms. Let me know if you're following so far. Nuru says, pure consciousness manifests as both thrusting, electric, masculine, and encircling, nesting, magnetic, feminine. Electricity and magnetism always travel together, emerging from ether Akash as light. Oh boy, this is a lot. Good. Don't need to hold on to any of it. Let's keep swimming. All right, all right. All aboard. Let's keep going. Hell yeah. You guys are awesome. In order for there to be any development, there must be some limitation of possible action, right? So a lot of people ask, oh, well, why do we incarnate in the first place? What's the point of all this? Da, 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 da. Well, it's only in this realm of manifestation that evolution can happen, right? So just keep that in mind. There are no accidents. If we're talking about the level of Binah, which is force condensed into patterns, right? And these patterns are all connected to each other. It's one massive pattern. There are no mistakes there. Everything is a reflection of a reflection of a reflection. It's all a perfect reflection, a reflection of perfection. So there aren't any mistakes. It's balanced and it's working itself out through time. And you'll also start to see that this is where time originates. But just like you said here, in order for there to be any development, there must be some limitation of possible action. Pure virgin spirit has no, or very few, distinguishing characteristics from other sparks or first manifest spirit. Okay? So that right there is also a sign to how when people talk about spirit and divinity and all that stuff, it has nothing to do with race, nothing to do with gender, nothing to do with anything on the surface level appearance. Because look what he said there. Pure virgin spirit has no, or very few, distinguishing characteristics from other sparks of first manifestation. So right there, it can't be any specific race. It can't be any specific gender. It can't be any specific expression of form. Why? Because it's pure. It is unconditioned. Death Killer Reaper, greetings, greetings. Joe Dickerson, peace. Minuit says, I'm a little confused as Chokmah associated with Uranus and male. If so, why is Binah Saturn and female? Didn't Kronos castrate Uranus by ripping his balls off? Absolutely, you're absolutely right. And that is covered multiple times in all of these Kabbalah books. But I will say all of these authors recommend that you do not associate Chokmah with Uranus, because that's not the traditional attribution. So the symbology will be off a little bit. Chokmah is associated with the entire zodiac. Chokmah is associated with the entire sphere of the zodiac. So all the 12 signs together. That's what Chokmah is associated with. You'll see on this image around Chokmah is 12 stars, signifying the 12 slices of the giant zodiac orange. So it's not going to be associated with Uranus. Binah is Saturn, but look, remember what I said there about getting past the surface level of the thing. These entities and these representations of states of consciousness, it's not going to be limited to gender. It's not going to be limited to gender. And plus, furthermore, when we talk about gender, we're talking about modes of operation, not necessarily man, penis, woman, vagina. Those symbols are used here, but again, it's expressing modes of operation. So yes, Saturn, Binah is associated with Kronos and Saturn, but also associated with Isis, right? There's all of these spheres have masculine and feminine deities that can be attributed to them, but it's not about man and woman. It's about the function, the expression, or I should say the essence that causes certain types of expression. Great observation, by the way, Minuit. But he's gonna go over that in this chapter also, so I'll wait for that part. In order for there to be any development, there must be some limitation of possible action. Pure virgin spirit has no, or very few, distinguishing characteristics from other sparks of first manifest spirit. Capacity for individualized action is gained by the entry into the limiting factors of form. Capacity for individualized action is gained by the entry into the limiting factors of form. Firstly, the relative high degree of freedom of the spiritual levels, then the more limited freedom of mentation, and any writer struggling to find a word to fit a concept knows this. Then the even greater limitations which the emotional levels impose. And finally, the extreme limitation of physical existence. And anyone who has ever missed the last bus home will be well aware of this. Okay, that's a good opportunity to create a diagram here. All right, so what did he just say there? Sparks. We're talking about sparks of spirit. Just gonna move the camera over a little bit. Let's just say that those are pure virgin spirit, right? Eventually, that pure virgin spirit can be manifested as anything, but in its pure virgin form, they don't look, or they're indistinguishable from each other, really, because they're all sparks of life coming from Kether. Not a black man spark and a Chinese woman spark and a dog spark and a tree spark. No, it's life force. It's life force, right? So what does he say here? Very few, if any, distinguishing characteristics, right? So he's talking about capacity for individualized action. So how do we gain individuality? So let's say that there's a sphere of Brahman, of all, of Atum, right? There's a sphere of all. Now, as it becomes a little bit more dense, it slightly separates into little sparks of life. Now, the question is, how do these sparks of life become you? How do they become your dog? How do they become the tree outside, right? How does it become a thing? How does it gain individuality? Well, it has to undergo a process, right? It has to undergo a process. So it says the capacity for individualized action is gained by entry into the limiting factors of form, right? So these individualized sparks, in order for them to attain or come to a point of individuality, they have to come out of the force level, because right now it's just force. It has to condense and become form, right? That's how this is the process here, right? So first, it attains, and I'll do it like this. I'm gonna do it just like this, and then you'll start to see how this connects to everything. We won't do that. We'll do it like this. We'll do it like this. All right. Top was all right. So check it out. Let's see where we at here. How do these pure sparks of life force become what we know as life right now on the surface level in the objective world? How does spirit become solid, right? Well, this is done. The capacity for individualized action, the book says, is gained by the entry into the limiting factors of form. The limiting factors of form. Firstly, the relatively high degree of freedom of the spiritual levels, right? So first, it enters the realm of the spiritual levels, right? and it's relatively high degree of freedom there. Like how air moves, or the quality of air, it's unbound. It's gonna move left, right, all every direction with nothing to block it. Right? Things that move like air, like the different gases, it just bounces around and seeks to escape everywhere. Right? So then the next level underneath that it manifests into, there's even more limited level of freedom, and that is the plane of, that's the mental plane, right? The mental plane, it still moves a little bit more freely, but it's even more limited, a lot like fire. If you watch a raging fire, it has a little bit of freedom now. If you're not careful, it's going to catch anything it wants to, and it's going to spread. And it kind of flickers and reaches up, but it is limited and bound to its fuel source, right? So there's even more limitation here in the mental plane, represented by the fire element. Spiritual plane represented by the air element. Mental plane represented by the fire element. Now it continues to condense. It continues to condense because now it reaches even greater limitations, which the emotional levels impose. So now it's, after that, it gets into the emotional level, the emotional plane, right? And the energy at this level, or I should say the life force at this level, the sparks of consciousness, as it condenses, at this level, it behaves how emotions behave, right? And this is based on impulse, feeling. This is based on the conditions, right? How one thing relates to another thing, the relationships of the things, and how it makes it feel, right? But it doesn't stop there, because we're all these things plus one more level, right? The extreme limitation of physical existence. And that's represented by the earth element, right? So we're talking about all these are one thing now. It never stopped being a spark of life. It never stopped being life force. Life force, it's still there, it's always been there. But like he said up here, in these higher realms, the pure spirit has no or very few distinguishing characteristics from other sparks of the first manifest spirit. So even above this, there's another level above this where all these are actually one thing. It still exists. All of it, all this is included in that still. But we're talking about a condensation, a crystallization, a calcification. It's becoming more and more dense. So that life force, which is represented by the Akasha element, the fifth element, spirit, undifferentiated, it gains individuality by the limits of form. So now it condenses into the spiritual plane, which is represented by the air element, which is also known as the Manamaya Kosha, that body. Then that's condensed into the mental, which is known as the Vijnanamaya Kosha, the fire element, fire plane. That's condensed down to the emotional level, which is called the Pranamaya Kosha. And that's condensed even more into the Annamaya Kosha, which is the physical body. So you're not the physical body. You're not the etheric body, the emotional body, right? You're not the astral mental body. You're not even the spiritual body on this plane. You're closer to that original spark that exists way up there. That's what you actually are. So this is where people get fooled, because they look at themselves in the mirror and they say, this is me. I'm better than you. This person's better than me. Right? They cast value on this level, but don't understand that the real value is happening at this level, not down here. So when they say all are one, it's not talking about like equal rights and civil rights and stuff like that. Truly, everything that has life has the same life force, regardless of how it looks or what you think about it. I hope that was clear. I hope that was clear. Minuet says, thanks for the clarification. I've seen multiple illustrations where Chokmah is a Uranus symbol. Right, you're going to see a lot of people passing that around. But based on this school of thought, that is incorrect. If it works for you, if you're able to get results with it, then by all means do what you gotta do. But you will not ever see me doing that. That's more of somebody forcing the planets onto it. Just because people are doing it don't mean it's right. But like I said, if you get results with it, do your thing, man. You won't see me doing it. And I ain't new to this. I'm true to this. Oh, I like that. I like that. Nuru says, and remember, the masculine feminine is in everything. Nothing manifests without both yin and yang, thrust and pull to encircle a world womb and then light it up. Saturn is a dynamo, masculine and feminine. And like how human men get soft and lose testosterone as they age, and women lose estrogen to get mustaches, so too Saturn is cycling its gender with each yuga. We are all a balance of masculine and feminine. Nice, nice, nice. Many believe we alter between male and female dominant manifestations with each reincarnation. Ma'at will have her way with you, haha. Yes, sir. Ain't nothing wrong. All right. But then again, I know also this information, everyone isn't ready to receive it yet, and that's perfectly okay. But for those of you who are, I hope that this adds a level of clarity to what we're doing here, right? Because I'm really working to make this as clarified as possible for myself and also for any of you who are seeking the clarity. Because I'm telling you, as amazing as this sounds and looks, there's still so much more that we haven't even touched yet. So like I'm doing everything that I can to get as many people clarified on this so that we can do some other things. Because it's lonely out here, man, doing it all by yourself. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's not get stuck too long. So, thus, the whole purpose of life is the gaining of experience in a form. The spiritual babes, or the divine sparks, enter manifestation, much as human babies, with certain inherent characteristics, but lacking experience of life. Their involutionary and evolutionary experiences is like the molding of character in the life of a man, and their final withdrawal from manifestation corresponds to the death of a man who, unless he has spent most of his life in an easy rut, carries far more practical wisdom out of this world than he ever brought into it. You leave this world with more wisdom than you came in it with, right? Same way that these sparks, as they manifest and as they leave, they're going to, carry back more wisdom to where they came from. Minuit says, never got no results with that. In fact, when I saw it, it felt jarring. Something told me, keep looking and keep asking, even if you look dumb. The right person will clarify it. Absolutely. That's the way, man. That's the way. Keep looking and keep asking until you get your answer. Fuck what people think. Right? And even if I was to be rude or something like that, still ask your question to whoever. Not that I'm going to be rude, but what I'm saying is worry less about what other people are thinking, and you get what you need out of this thing. That's what's paramount. But yeah, I'm happy to be able to help clarify that for you. And also, like I said, all these authors that I study here, Dion Fortune, Gareth Knight, William G. Gray, Israel Regardie, all of them are going to say the same thing. We do not attribute Uranus to Chokmah. That would be erroneous, and that's more akin to someone forcing the symbol there. And like I said, do your own research. Look and see for yourself. Try to figure out why someone would attribute it that way. But yeah, good job. Matthew Watson says, hell, this was a lot lighter than Ladder of Light. It all just lines up perfectly, doesn't it? let's keep going. So it will be seen that spiritual growth is best attained by getting fully to grips with life in the world. It is a common pathology with esoterically inclined students that they want to find the easiest way out of it, ain't it? This accounts for many of the muzzy mystical societies which give such a bad name to occultism. In a genuine occult school, the student should be rammed good and hard into the maelstrom of life. And until he can cope efficiently with the physical plane, the higher planes of experience should be barred to him, for his own sake as well as others. A student who cannot handle his mundane responsibilities will only reap confusion, worse confounded, if he starts opening himself to the forces and responsibilities of the supramundane levels of life. Hey, I ain't say it, he said it. He says y'all needed the difficult way, not the easy way. It is not always realized that the higher worlds, owing to the deviation of man, are by no means all sweetness and light, and it is part of an occultist's job to compensate unbalanced forces on these levels and bring them through in harmonized balance to physical living. That's part of the work for the advanced occultists. It's stuff that you don't even see. It's not about posting candles and skulls on social media. It's what's happening on those inner planes. And the balancing of these levels that I just showed on that diagram. Nuru says, it was said in transmission of Kriya Yoga, Gautama, the first Buddha, became enlightened under a full moon, after disappearing in the mantra, not this body, not even this mind.